So good morning, fellow commissioners, Chief McDonald, Executive Director Django Sibley, Inspector General Matthew Barragan, Managing Senior Assistant City Attorney Carlos de la Guerra, Madam Secretary, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. It is 11:08 a.m. and I apologize for the delay and thank you all for your patience for both people participating in person and online. The microphones were not working and we cannot have our meeting and have it streamed without the microphones working. So thank you, Executive Director, for working diligently to get a technician out here so that we did not have to cancel the meeting. So this is a regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Please let the record reflect Commissioners Shield, Tabor, and Scobin are present, and we have a quorum. Madam President.
Thank you. We welcome everyone attending this morning, both in person and online. We want to ensure all members of the public can access our meetings. So if you need any translation services or accommodations, we encourage you to contact the board secretary in advance of our meetings, as explained in our written agenda. These meetings are regular meetings between the board and the department. We welcome feedback from the public during the public comment period, which will be heard during item number 3 on the agenda. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. You can speak to any item on the agenda or any matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. We'll dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. If you are called as a speaker, you can have a total of up to 3 minutes to speak if you wish to speak on both agenda items and general public comment as explained in the written agenda. While we welcome public attendance at our meetings, disruptive behavior will not be tolerated and will be cause for removal. You will receive just one warning, and if you continue disrupting the meeting, you will be asked to leave and be removed from the meeting. And before we move on to item number 1, the Executive Director had a change to the agenda. Mr. Sibley?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So item 4A, Executive Director's Report, will be continued to next week, not presented today.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we can move to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police, Chief McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning, President Shields, Commissioners, Inspector General Barragan, City Attorney De La Guerra, and Executive Director Sibley. Today's report will cover from June 30th to July 13th, and I'll highlight the key events, share our current crime statistics, and provide an update on our current staffing levels. Since our last meeting, there have been no officer-involved shootings. As of today, the department has recorded 11 officer-involved shootings in 2026 compared to 24 during the same period in 2025, reflecting a notable year-over-year 54% decrease. I want to address the department's suspension of the Flock Safety automated license plate reader platform following the expiration of our agreement with Flock Safety. With that agreement having expired, the department suspended use of the platform. Any future use of the platform would require a new contractual agreement containing clearly defined and enforceable data security and privacy protections. Automated license plate reader technology is a very valuable investigative tool, helping locate violent offenders, identify stolen vehicles, and generate leads that assist in solving crimes and delivering justice for victims. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure that any technology we use is supported by strong protections for individual privacy and the security of the information entrusted to us. Protecting the constitutional rights and civil liberties of those we serve is a priority in evaluating the future use of the Flock Safety platform. This decision is not a rejection of technology. It reflects our commitment to using technology responsibly and with appropriate safeguards. As we evaluate emerging technologies, the department will continue to assist on strong privacy protections, clear accountability, and responsible data stewardship. We had a number of homicides and shootings in the South Bureau area, and starting on the evening of July 3rd, South Bureau experienced 2 separate shooting incidents that resulted in 3 homicides and 1 additional victim wounded. The first incident occurred in 77th area at approximately 7:07 p.m. Officers responded to reports of a shooting near 67th Street and Vermont Avenue, where they located a victim suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. The victim was transported to a local hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. Approximately 40 minutes later, officers responded to a second apparently unrelated shooting near 59th Street and Crenshaw Boulevard. Officers located 2 victims suffering from gunshot wounds. One died at the scene, while the second died at a local hospital. A third victim who survived was located at a hospital after being transported by a friend in a private vehicle. That evening, witnesses provided information regarding a vehicle believed to have been involved in the shooting. Acting on those leads, officers quickly located the suspect vehicle abandoned several blocks from the crime scene. Officers discovered the vehicle had been stolen and recovered 2 rifles from inside the vehicle. During the investigation, video evidence showed that the suspect switched from the original stolen vehicle into a white SUV. The white SUV was located and stopped by gang enforcement detail officers in the area of Century and Vermont. As a result, 1 adult and 1 juvenile were arrested and charged with murder in connection with the shooting at 59th and Crenshaw. The swift and coordinated response by patrol officers, gang enforcement personnel, and homicide detectives, combined with cooperation of witnesses who provided critical information, resulted in the rapid identification and arrest of those believed to be responsible. The timely sharing of information, review of video evidence, recovery of firearms, and quick apprehension of the suspect likely disrupted the potential for further violence throughout the holiday weekend. This investigation highlights the impact of strong partnerships between community and law enforcement, as well as the effectiveness and coordinated police work in responding to serious violent crime. On the burglary front, on July 10th, Metropolitan Division officers working in partnership with North Hollywood area burglary detectives conducted a surveillance operation targeting individuals suspected of involvement in residential burglary activity. During the operation, officers developed probable cause to initiate an enforcement action. When officers attempted to stop the suspect vehicle, the suspects fled, leading officers on a pursuit that ended in Olympic area when the occupants abandoned the vehicle and fled on foot. Metropolitan Division personnel quickly established a containment perimeter and coordinated a search using canine resources. 4 suspects were located and taken into custody. The subsequent investigation identified the suspects as members of a Chilean burglary crew believed to be involved in organized residential burglary activity. The coordinated surveillance operation, pursuit, containment, and arrest removed suspected prolific offenders from the community and demonstrate the department's continued commitment to combating organized property crime. Since the start of FIFA World Cup 2026 on June 11th, Los Angeles Police Department has deployed hundreds of officers citywide to support and secure 62 FIFA-related Fan Zone, Fan Fest, and Kick It in the Park events. Citywide, the department has documented 36 FIFA-related case reports and made 12 associated arrests. Considering the scale of the event and a large number of visitors attending activities throughout the city, these numbers reflect the effectiveness of the department's proactive deployment strategies and comprehensive planning efforts. The department remains committed to maintaining a safe environment for residents and visitors alike and will continue to monitor FIFA-related activities, deploy resources as needed, and work closely with our public safety partners throughout the remainder of the tournament. The Commission had requested updates on protests. On July 4th, approximately 100 individuals demonstrated outside the Federal Metropolitan Detention Center. During the event, vandalism and battery on a federal officer were reported, resulting in 1 arrest by federal authorities. LAPD was not involved in the incident or any related enforcement actions. The crime picture for the week ending July 13th. All analysis is based on offense count except for homicide and victim shot through July 13th. Compared to year-to-date 2025, combined persons and property crimes are down 11.2%, with person crimes down 5.4% and property crimes down 12.8%. Homicides have decreased 8.4%, or 11 fewer victims year-to-date. Victims shot are down 29.2%, or 148 fewer victims. Aggravated assaults are down 5%, or 405 fewer crimes to date. Robberies down 5.5%. Burglaries are down 1,894 crimes, representing a reduction of 29.2% year-to-date. Residential burglaries are down 29% year-to-date, and non-residential burglaries are down 29.5% year-to-date. Motor vehicle thefts are down 24.3% year-to-date, representing almost 2,700 fewer thefts compared to this time last year. So all in all, the crime picture across the city and as well, with our officers doing all the FIFA activities as well as their main duties, the crime picture is looking very, very good for us. Our personnel strength, the department's current staffing level stands at 8,545 sworn personnel, 2,391 civilian employees, and 355 reserve officers. Of our sworn workforce, 404 employees are currently on injured on duty status, 25 are on long-term sick or FMLA leave, and 297 are working with duty restrictions, bringing the total to 726 sworn personnel, or about 8.5% of our workforce who are not at full duty status. On the civilian side, 48 employees are injured on duty, 42 are on long-term sick or FMLA, and 99 are working with duty restrictions, totaling 189 civilian employees, or about 7.9% of the civilian workforce who are not at full duty status. That concludes my report this morning, Madam President.
Thank you, Chief. I'll start with my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Tabor?
Almost good afternoon, everyone, right? I have no questions for the chief.
Commissioner Scobin?
Thank you. Chief, I'm going to reserve my questions for the presentations as they're related to the LPR presentation primarily. I did want to recognize Tony Finara, who passed away on Friday, as a giant in the community and leaves a legacy of kindness and a strong support of the department. So I just wanted to shout him out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for the report. And I commend the officers involved in the different investigations and significant arrests that you were speaking about. With regards to staffing, given it's surprising to know that there were like 62 different kind of venues related to the FIFA event, and given the scale of that event and what we're looking forward to for the Olympics,
Right.
Are we learning, what essentially will be necessary, and how has the kind of hiring process been working as of late?
Yeah, we've learned some good lessons that'll be helpful to us as we continue to plan for the Olympics ahead, particularly as it relates to counter UAS and probably also cyber. And so we'll continue to move on those fronts. The hiring, as far as preparation for the Olympic Games, hiring is going in the wrong direction, and it's not because of the system, which was an impediment previously. That has been substantially remediated. Our ability to recruit is also doing very well right now. The issue is budgeted dollars to be able to put people in the academy. And so we're looking at 510 candidates okayed for this coming year. We'll realize probably 450 out of that, but the loss through regular attrition will be higher than that.
And to the extent that we're able to assist with any of those issues, I think we need to make sure that we have the sufficient number of officers available for the Olympics. With regards to, I had seen a report about one of the police helicopters being hit by a drone. Can you talk a little bit about that and what's happening? I think the FBI, FAA may be investigating, but this kind of highlights the importance of kind of counter drone technology and use.
Thank you. That's something that a great concern to us as we have our air support units in the air throughout the day and night hours. And the proliferation of drone use by civilians throughout the region only increasing as we move forward. We did have a drone strike on one of our aircraft. They were able to put it down safely and be able to, evaluate it. There is a very thorough ongoing investigation going, working with federal partners, the FBI, FAA, to be able to figure out who owns this, how did this happen, and what do we need to do to be able to try and prevent this activity. But the way it is currently, we can only anticipate that it's going to become a greater challenge for us moving forward. And I'd say the current threat picture is fairly significant with the number of drones that are already out there now.
Yeah, and while the department has been extending its use of its own drone fleet, and I saw recently that The drone as a first responder model helped locate a missing child in the Hollenbeck division. So kudos to the officers, both, patrol officers and the officers manning the drone to help assist with that important function. We've also seen some media reports in other locations, particularly in Orange County, where there were like teen takeovers or TikTok takeovers. Is that something that the department also is monitoring and making sure that we would be prepared to respond to something like that as
No,
well?
thank you. Great question. That is something we monitor very closely. We monitor social media. We work with our partners throughout the region for any information anybody has relative to these being coordinated and organized. There have been some that have been interrupted, and they haven't been able to do what they intended to do. But we have seen shootings as they're related to these street takeovers as well. So message to parents out there, know where your kids are and what they're engaged in, because these activities that may seem harmless to them potentially could be fatal.
And I know that the department has, significant staffing shortages in various areas, but I do want to kind of bring up the issue of like the Public Records Act section and some of the additional needs that section is going to need to be able to comply with the law and to timely respond to these requests. And so I do hope that we have a future presentation about what is the department's plan is to make sure that is, significantly staffed to respond.
Thank you. That is something, as you mentioned, we are grossly understaffed across the department, particularly in our civilian professional staff ranks. They're doing an amazing job with the number of people we have and the volume that they're dealing with. We are looking for opportunities using automation to be able to help assist the personnel we do have, streamline the process as it relates to CPRA requests. We also have put a...
Sir, please do not disrupt the meeting. This is your first warning. Sir, that's your first warning as well, sir. Thank you.
So we're looking for opportunities to be able to leverage technology to do what we can't do with the number of people we have as efficiently as we'd like to. We brought in additional personnel to be able to assist with the CCW permit unit, which was also at a critical stage relative to our ability to turn those around. We're looking to do something similar as we can with CPRAs.
Thank you, Chief. With that, let's move to item number 2 on the agenda, the report of the Inspector General. Mr. Barragan.
Good morning, President Shields, Commissioners. Today, the Office of the Inspector General will present 2 reports, one reviewing the department's use of automated license plate reader technology and another examining vehicle pursuits. Before those presentations begin, I want to thank our police special investigators and audit section for their careful work, as well as the department for its cooperation throughout these reviews. These reports address issues of significant public interest and importance. They examine matters affecting public safety, accountability, privacy, civil liberties, and community trust. Their purpose is to provide the board, the department, and the public with independent analysis and practical recommendations to strengthen policy, oversight, and transparency. Public participation remains an essential part of our oversight process. Members of the public will have an opportunity to provide input on the department's use and oversight of ALPR technology during a virtual public listening session on Thursday, July 30th from 4 to 6 p.m. The session is intended to provide community members, advocacy organizations, and other interested stakeholders with an opportunity to share their perspectives after reviewing the report. A Zoom link and additional information are available on the Office of the Inspector General's website and posted to the office's social media accounts. Written comments will also be accepted and considered as part of our report back to the board. Upcoming work, looking ahead, the office expects to present 2 additional reports next month, one reviewing gang enforcement detail stops involving recorded searches and related matters, and another examining the department's use of traffic pretext stops. As with today's ALPR report, we anticipate additional opportunities for meaningful public input to help inform the board's policy discussions. Future reports will also include reviews of department policies affecting sworn women personnel, the department's SWAT operations, and complaint investigations classified as non-disciplinary, among other topics. Through these reviews, our office remains committed to providing independent oversight that strengthens accountability, improves policing practices, and promotes public confidence. I want to remind the public our office continues to serve as an independent point of contact for complaints of misconduct alleged against LAPD personnel. Members of OIG staff attend every meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners and are available during and after public comment to meet with anyone wishing to file a complaint. Complaints may also be submitted by telephone, email, or by visiting our office. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Commissioner Scobin, any questions?
No, I look forward to the reports.
Commissioner Tabor? Excuse me, sir. Please do not disrupt the meeting, but I will allow the Inspector General to provide a little bit more clarity on what the meeting is and who is participating.
Yes, so today my office will be presenting findings and recommendations related to ALPR technology, and we are hosting the first of virtual Zoom sessions. So we expect on the 30th to send out a Zoom link, and folks can join us by Zoom, and then we'll be able to listen to various perspectives. I encourage folks to review. There's a one-page sheet at the back of the room. It lays out the login information, and we're looking for all members of the community to share their perspectives that we can report back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
I have no questions for the Inspector General at this time, but we will have the report shortly.
And just thank you, Inspector General Barragan, for the great work and the not only for the reports that are on for today, but also for your continued work and collaboration. Okay, with that, moving to item number 3 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, please call on the first speaker.
Excuse me. The first speaker, Laura FM.
Check, check, check. I'm used to this microphone. Okay, so Chief, this just happened last week. This is somebody trying to leave the Blue Building out of the canteen, and 5 security guards down below keeping him there restrained. And a neighbor happened to catch this. This is security guards holding somebody down last week.
Someone's struggling.
A neighbor caught it.
I didn't
He's
see
feeling
anything.
very uncomfortable.
I heard screaming.
I'm triggered because security guards in my childhood have held me down, 4 or 5 security guards multiple times. I've seen that happen multiple times. This is a normal thing inside the C organization. They have a TR, a drill, a training routine that they train and enforce on people that make them force people with their bodies if they don't respond to their command and force them and hold them down or make them walk to the wall and make them touch it. They do this for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. They're brainwashed to think that that's a normal thing. Somebody just yelled out, that's assault. That's restraining somebody. That is somebody trying to get out and they're not letting him leave. Who has the evidence when a neighbor walks by? That's somebody already being harassed by the security guards trying to get him off the street because he lives on L. Ron Hubbard Way. Where do you guys go for that evidence? Do you ask Scientology for their camera footage? Because they have that. They have it. And you know it. So that needs to be investigated. That just happened. James Richardson knows about these TRs. James Richardson is on your LAPD clergy. He is literally the top security fucking OSA, Office of Special Affairs in the Sea Organization of Scientology. He has footage of all video camera on all LA, Los Angeles, and all buildings. He can get any footage of it. James Peterson married a minor. James Peterson dated a minor while in being in the security position, and still, this minor was trying to run away, was trying to leave, just like I did multiple times. James Richardson forced this minor back and is now married to her. Made the mom force, after a year of convincing her, made James Richardson married that underage minor in Vegas. He's on your clergy LAPD board, okay? This is why nothing is being done. I can show you the evidence, but who investigates that now? You have people who have written books, who worked with Kendrick Moxon, who is trying to get protesters. It's in the emails, literally, where Jennifer...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time's up.
Your fucking permits.
Next.
Allowing all this.
Next, we have,
All on the record. Someone
Ma'am.
needs to make sure that person...
Ma'am, your time is up.
That has to be investigated.
next we have Steve Rogers.
Thank you. The United States of America is a constitutional republic, one nation under God, and all lives matter. The Constitution was mentioned today by Chief McDonald. Great report, Chief, and also a great report for the July message, which is very timely. So I'm going to read the preamble and relate it to policing. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Now, our nation declared independence in 1776. 11 years later, after an American Revolution and War of Independence, it was established. I think we have to take a look at where we are today. What are we doing to establish justice? What does justice mean in the policing context? It means police responding to the calls of victims, arresting perpetrators, bringing them to justice with due process. That's what it means to establish justice. We have to ask ourselves, is that happening? To ensure domestic tranquility, what does that mean? It means to reduce the fear and incidence of crime. People should be able to take a walk and not be fearful. Taking a walk is a human right. Can you honestly say that you can walk in downtown Los Angeles without fear? Promote the general welfare. That's what policing does. It responds to the needs of the people, and in many different situations provides service and protection, which is in effect the common defense, and results in liberty. So these are things that I think we have to reflect on, and the police commission itself has to ask itself, what is it doing to further these things? The chief mentioned progress only happens when we work together. And he also mentioned community engagement. Where is the list of community meetings per month or per week? That should be something that is reported. Neighborhood watch meetings, community meetings, coffee with a cop, business watch, whatever the meetings are, they should be known to the public so that they can attend and we can work together. I do want to acknowledge the passing of Tony Fanara from Palermo's Restaurant. He was a great friend of the LAPD, the LAFD, and the community. Very generous man of great spirit, an immigrant from Sicily who lived the American dream. So I dedicate my public comment to his memory, condolences to the family, prayers to the family. God bless America. God bless the LAPD. Thank you.
The next speaker, Audit LA.
I have a handout to go with mine. The OIG, the chief, and then the commissioners, there should be 6. Wait, is this one? Good morning. No, it's not me. Good morning. I want to follow up with what Laura was saying. When that was I sent you both that video. I sent everybody. I sent the OIG chief and the commission that video, plus another video, the one that Laura and Nora, who's also calls in sometimes, they were so triggered by it because they both experienced that numerous times in their experience in Sea Org. And they did a live, and, you know, they're trying to just be there as support. So you can see the actual filming of that incident and then the follow-up of how it truly affects and traumatizes people who are still dealing with their trauma. And so I am asking for a wellness check for that person to go, because we still, as far as I know, don't know what happened. We don't know even if it was somebody on the outside trying to get in, that was excessive force. Like, I would think that would be excessive force even for LAPD, you know, and it was the ambulance that came, not the police. And so I'm asking you to please investigate. I also want to talk about the permits. We keep having the same problem, and I know it gets annoying, but, you know, the Constitution's the Constitution, and prior restraint is prior restraint. And I also sent you updates that on 4th of July that Jennifer Krosgoff is blocking the sidewalks when it's illegal. And that's what I just passed out to you today, proof that Jennifer Krosgoff has been notified by the city attorney and also by the Superior Street Services that they must keep the sidewalks open. There's proof from 2024. So she knows this, but yet every time when the cops are called for this, she just, you know, gets into like, oh, I don't know what she says. I'd like to get the footage of what she says. But even on July 4th, your officers still honored what Scientology wants rather than honoring the rules, which is right there with the city attorney, because you're dealing with constitutional issues. You're dealing with prior restraint. You're leaving the city open. So I'm asking you to please let all of your officers know the truth, because, you know, it's going to create a problem. And then the last thing I want to say too is I want to agree about James Richardson being like, to know that someone tried to escape as an underage girl, that he, you know, dragged her back, used his position to coerce her mother to let him marry her. They ran away to Vegas because she finally gave in, married her. She was, I believe, 16. He was in his 20s. Okay. And the mother did not want it, but they used coercion and persuasion. And then once he got married to her, I hear they removed the mom from the Celebrity Center because she didn't fit the image of the Celebrity Center after he got what he wanted. This is somebody that I have trouble knowing he's around kids. Thank you, and your cadets. Thanks.
Next, we have Sandra over Zoom.
Hi. We just celebrated Gay Pride Month all over the world, where we appreciate our gay, lesbian, trans, plus friends and family. LAPD is always including Scientology in community events because they represent themselves to be community partners. In the book they flog, Diarrhea Ethics, Scientology defined homosexuality as a sexual pervert and that they are physically ill. In another publication by Scientology, The Science of Survival by L. Ron Hubbard, such people should be taken from society as rapidly as possible and uniformly institutionalized, for here is a level of contagion of immorality and the destruction of ethics. Here is the fodder which secret police organizations use for their filthy operations, one of the most effective measures of security that a nation threatened by war could take. The world be rounding up and placing in containment, military township, away from society. They put the gays in their own prison called the Rehabilitation Project Force. You should talk to Nora and Lara about that. So when you have your officers working alongside this criminal organization who are gay or have family and friends who are gay, remember this written doctrine of Scientology. And when they, Kendrick Moxon, Kristen Quintana Peterson, Jennifer Krauskopf, the little bitch liar, Lisa Alexander, when they attend your Faith in Blue events, remember L. Ron Hubbard said that Jesus was a lover of little boys, and let us not forget their doctrines that state critics of Scientology be deprived of property and injured by any means necessary, and never defend, always attack, and refer to Paulette Cooper. And stop allowing your police to override the city's BSS permits and give Scientology their way. Educate your friggin' officers, okay? I'm done. I yield back my time.
The next speaker, Bike Guy.
I have a little more information on my case that's popped up. I'd like to talk to somebody after the meeting. Is that cool? Roger, thank you.
The next speaker, Jonathan Foster.
Oh, it's so hard to get this to work right.
Discussion. I must be able to comment for 2 minutes on the discussion. That's the Brown Act.
So I'm not being able to comment on this discussion. See, middle of the night cowards. Well, let me get back to the commission. Let's see. So there was no OIS. Excellent. That's excellent. I am so glad to hear that. I wish it would keep going. So I thought about something. There needs something like this. Citizen Qualification Acceptance Class. To be a citizen of LA, you need to take a class so that everyone knows how to interact with the police. They need to take a class. You can't be a citizen here unless you've taken this class. You do a pullover or a stop on the sidewalk so you know how to interact with the police to be a citizen of LA. That way, there's no more killing. I always have the ideas. Y'all don't. You can't even keep up. So, Shu Dang should have got out of the car, put a flashlight while getting the flares out. He might have been able to stop the car. He was supposed to protect himself. Shu Dang. That's why he died. He was supposed to lay out flares before he went talk to the guy. Because even if a driver was doing 65, he was probably still going to hit these people. But Shu Dang could have saved his own life. And that was his duty, to save his own life. And he did not. And I agree, a guy going 100 miles an hour, it's crazy. Okay? But I don't think, so the next police officer does this needs to flashlight out, getting the flares out first. And save your own ASS first. So there was Flores last week. He had a BB gun. And I didn't know what to say because the daughter had said some things, but really the way out was what I said, body armor, head to toe body armor. They never needed to shoot the guy with a BB gun. He'd still be alive. So number 5, Johnny Wagner. You know, Johnny Wagner is dead because of Salas, Angelica Salas, Brendan the Catholic, and Andreas Kwan, Sheriff Luna give the unwritten incentive to do this stuff. That's where it comes from. It comes from Rasha and the Scobe and Dr. K. So on May 12th, Rasha, 2 hours, 43 minutes, sanctuary laws do not make the city safer. Doesn't do that. And Angelica, 2 hours, 46 minutes, is asking the LAPD to act counter to written law. Illegal. 2 hours, 48 minutes, 30 seconds. LAPD to protect residents is to deport illegal aliens. You're all wrong. You're all criminals. You can be arrested and sent back to Egypt with what you're doing. And other girl can be sent back to Mexico with what she's doing.
The next speaker, please.
All those dead citizens. All those
time is
dead
up, sir.
citizens. You killed them, Rasha.
Next
You killed
speaker,
them. Kay.
please.
You killed
Andrew
them.
Gravener.
Helica killed them. Kwan killed him. Brandon killed him. Sheriff Luna killed him. We're talking about people that are here.
Good evening, or whatever time of day it is anymore. You needed, what was going on? I don't know. Were you even really having technical problems, or was it just McDonald needed more time to create his little narrative here? The chief's report should be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes in every meeting. If the chief's report exceeds 3 minutes, we should get the same amount of time he gets, and regardless of that, everyone should be able to speak both in person and on the phone. And especially today, after you've delayed the meeting by over an hour and a half, you can let everyone speak. There's no excuse for making everyone wait this long and still not let everyone speak. So, McDonald is now taking some notes from the ICE playbook and such, and he's now refusing to release the names of officers when they shoot people, when they shoot humans, when they shoot dogs, when they shoot anyone really. And he's forced into it months later, at least, usually. But, like he was forced to finally release the name of Lawrence Gonzalez like 6 months later. So, the name of the officers who shot and killed him. So now he's trying to hide the names of the officers who shot and killed Jameson, the dog, last month, or whatever. So he's required to release those names legally by state law, and he's now refusing to do it. So when are we going to get those names? That should have happened long ago by now. And it is up to you to enforce that law and that department policy and make him release the names. But you won't do that, even though you are the ones who are tasked with enforcing the law. You're the ones who are tasked with setting department policy, since the council was too cowardly to let the voters decide whether they could have power to do it. So where's the sanctuary policy? Where's the pretextual stops policy? Where's all those policies that even city council has asked you to pass? People have repeatedly asked you to pass, and you failed to do it. What's going on with that? So you have the, ALPR stuff. This is a small temporary win maybe, but of course you're probably going to try to sneak it in after the election. And of course it does nothing about the other majority of the cameras that are not made by Flock, which you're not shutting down or anything. Are the Flock ones even shut down? I don't know. You got a lot of donations on the agenda for weird military equipment. You've got expensive holiday parties. You've got like a, $11,000 holiday party for the Harbor Community Station. Y'all have no questions for the chief whatsoever. You promised you were going to give them, and then you didn't. So, I don't know. I guess you don't have any questions. Not even Tabor has any questions. Not that you could hear that, since, that's how Tabor doesn't want you to hear what he says.
The next speaker, Patricia A. Barrett.
Thank you for having me, and thank you, Chief McDonald. I want to express my support for our police force. 10 years ago, we had 12,000 police officers. Now we are down to 8,700, and by 2027, we are allowed to have 8,200. This disparity is unacceptable and jeopardizes public safety. The City Council/DSA is not only jeopardizing the safety of Los Angeles, but also planning for destruction. The limitations placed on our police officers, particularly regarding the ability to stop individuals for expired plates, tinted windows, and situations lacking probable cause, hinder their ability to protect our citizens. The DSA/council members cannot rule over the police because they lack the necessary experience for these critical decisions. And these are things that I'm talking to in front of Council. I want to put this on record today. Our officers deserve better support, and if they attend neighborhood meetings, I urge you, Jim McDonald, to either attend with them or accompany them for their limit, or a union member to be with them, because of the way that they're criticized and for what they have to do. They don't deserve that criticism. And if I'm there, I speak up for them. The limitations placed on our police officers, particularly regarding their ability to stop individuals. Okay, I said that. For the upcoming Olympics, Los Angeles needs 20,000 officers. The city plans to bring in officers from other areas is unacceptable. They will not be familiar with our community. We need police officers, and the City Council/DSA is setting Los Angeles up for failure, not you guys. This is your responsibility, the council, and it should have been planned a long time ago by the law. By law, the City Council is the principal, Law 101, responsible for the safety of our constituents. If the safety is compromised, the City Council must be accountable. And it's like today, Crowley, because she spoke up for what needed to be done, she spoke up for the city and for her constituents. They fired her, and she's still within the city. She's suing the mayor, and this is what should be done. And I would like to submit these words that I have said to Jim McConnell. Is that okay? And I really wanted to go on record, and if you ever need to testify, I'm here to testify because I am in the streets of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Michael Williams.
This police chief continues to violate laws, policies, continues to do whatever he wants, and y'all just continue to allow him to do it. And we know you're going to continue to allow him to do it because we know none of you have backbones. Like, we already know the story. All we're doing here is to continue to expose the injustice that y'all continue to bring and allow Chief McDonald to do. This man has refused to release names of people who killed a dog because he wants to, for no legitimate reason. You release people's names who have legitimate threats against them all the time. So saying that, well, they've gotten death threats is not an excuse to not publicly release their names. Just like it wasn't an excuse to not release Brian Palacio's name. You guys just choose what parts of the law you want to follow if it suits you best. Just like you wouldn't enforce the mask ban when that was state law. Just like you violated state law giving license plate reader information to out-of-state departments and to ICE. You just violate whatever law you think you can. And then expect people to obey the law. To expect people to protest peacefully. And do all these other things while you continually violate the law. And you allow him to do it. You guys don't even question him about his violations of the law. It's ridiculous. And the point of coming here is to expose the ridiculousness of it. The fact that you all don't do anything. You are ineffective. That there is no solution for what the police bring. I say this every time I come here. The reason why we continue to come here and expose y'all is because y'all are the best example of why we need to abolish the police. Why there is no reform that will work. Because this was supposed to be the reform. This body was supposed to be a reform to stop police brutality and the harm that police do on a community. And we see week after week, time after time, y'all don't do that. He even flies in the face of the city council. He's the one holding up, getting rid of pretextual stops. He just does whatever he wants, and y'all allow him to do it. It doesn't matter what the community says. It doesn't matter how many people say that he's harming us. It doesn't matter what he does. Y'all continue to allow him to do it. And we know why. Because you wouldn't be in your seat if you weren't a spineless coward. You would be somewhere else. They don't allow people who would challenge him to be in this seat. Y'all have the ability to fire him. Will y'all do it? Will y'all prove me wrong? I doubt it. You never do.
The next speaker, Tran Son Ho. Tran Son Ho.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Hello, Chief, and hello, everybody here. And thank you for LAPD headquarters. I say again, you understand, like America, we have the failed president, failed Supreme Court, failed Medicare Central, failed healthcare system. America, we have too much problem. We're fighting all the time. But I'm here asking Chief Jim McDonald and LAPD, and we fight better for America to protect the all American people. You know what? In this war, I have my history and my story in very special and right and safety for everybody here, as all American people in the world. Would y'all help me? And America will change better for all of us. I can't do this job, but I come here asking we together, we working to protect America and the human right. So good for all of us. And thank you, Chief, and God bless America. I trust in you and your help, and we will do it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Love you. Don't fight with me. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker, Alice Paulisco.
Good morning. This is my first time at one of these in person. I've attended some of them via Zoom. I'm glad to hear that the Flock contract has not been renewed thus far, but hearing the praise of this type of surveillance tech from the Chief of Police makes me believe that this is not a done deal. And that if a little tweaks to contracts here and there, some words change, this might be back on the table. My husband and I are from District 11. Our district was listed in the Inspector General report as having a large amount of Flock cameras in our district, some purchased by our district, some donated by our district, probably a Tracy Park deal. Boo, Tracy Park. Since the contract hasn't been renewed, I have a similar question or comment as one of the other gentlemen. Like, are those cameras turned off now? Or are they still running? We strongly oppose Flock and all ALPR cameras. There's a long list of reasons why Flock shouldn't be in cities. For example, 161 false hits on plates in 60 days. That's over 2.5 false place hits. But bottom line, these infringe on the basic rights of all of us. But they target exploited communities more than anyone else. Flock knows it, you know it, we know it. As historian Timothy Snyder says, people who assure you that you can only gain security at the price of liberty usually want to deny you both. Shut Flock and all ALPRs down. I yield my time to the community.
Next speaker, Jessica Garcia.
All right. We are not going to let this go. We will continue to expose you. We will continue to fight against Flock because our privacy is our right. We're told these cameras are about public safety, but that's not what many of us see. We see the expansion of a surveillance network that collects data about where people travel, when they travel, and then allow that information to be shared across agencies. This is an invasion of privacy. Flock data being shared with law enforcement agencies that work alongside immigration authorities. Families are in fear because these systems are used to identify, locate, and kidnap our loved ones. Who gets watched and who pays the price? We do. Skid Row already experiences constant policing and criminalization. We don't need no more cameras following our every move. We don't need another system that treats our neighborhoods like places to monitor. How much more fucking input do you need? How many more victims do you need to come forward? So today, we're demanding that you stop moving forward with Flock, stop negotiating, stop expanding surveillance, listen to the people. Make sure you heard that. Whose lives are being impacted, not the corporations selling fear and surveillance. We will continue to organize. We will continue to speak out. We will continue to hold you accountable until you choose people over surveillance. Our privacy is not for fucking sale.
Grace. The next speaker, Grace.
Today, we take a moment to celebrate because this did not happen because LAPD suddenly discovered privacy concerns. This did not happen because this commission suddenly grew conscious. This happened because the people organized. For years, community members came to these meetings and warned you on exactly how automatic license plate readers harm our communities. We exposed contracts and cozy relationships. We sued the city for records LAPD tried to hide. We refused to let this department quietly build the infrastructure of mass surveillance while hiding behind the language of public safety. safety. And now, after years of lies, secrecy, and denial, LAPD has allowed its agreement with Flock Safety to expire. That is not your victory. That is a victory built by community power. But let us be absolutely clear. The blood is on this commission and LAPD's hands. LAPD knew exactly what Flock was when they partnered with them in 2019 and 2023, and then again in 2025 twice. They knew what Flock was when communities stood before this very commission warning about deportation, stalking, criminalization, and surveillance, and they moved forward anyways. So forgive us if we're not impressed by this theatrical performance of concern taking place in this room. For years, this commission waved these contracts through. For years, community members were treated as alarmists while LAPD expanded its surveillance architecture behind closed doors. And now that the political cost has changed, suddenly everyone wants to ask tough questions. Everything the Inspector General is saying now, we have been saying for years. Every concern around data sharing and civil liberties that is being treated as a revelation today was dismissed when communities raised it for the last year. And now LAPD wants to pretend this is merely a technical disagreement over ownership of data and privacy protections, as if LAPD owning the data somehow makes our communities safer. Putting this data solely in LAPD's hands does not end the violence. It guarantees that the same institution with a documented history and presence of gendered violence, political repression, racial profiling, and the targeting of Black and brown communities remains the institution holding the map of our lives. Meanwhile, LAPD itself admitted that negotiations with Flock are continuing. Let us translate that plainly. LAPD does not want to end ALPR surveillance. LAPD wants to save ALPR surveillance. They want a cleaner contract, a quieter contract, a contract that preserves their surveillance while absorbing the backlash. This is damage control in response to the political heat that communities have created. Our demand has never been better guardrails. Our demand has never been stronger oversight. Our demand has never been a kinder, gentler surveillance state. How many more families have to be torn apart? How many more women have to be stalked by police? How many more children have to be surveilled and spied on by Flock employees? How many more times does the public need to come into this room and tell you exactly what these systems do? Our demand remains simple. No new contracts, no revised contracts, no Flock, no Axon, no Motorola Solutions, no automatic license plate readers in Los Angeles, no stalker state. Because LAPD has exposed itself. The people built the power that forced this concession. We celebrate today, and tomorrow we stay suited up for the fights ahead. Shut Flock down now.
The next speaker, Hamid. Hamid.
So Matthew Barragan is saying that we need public input. Now, for how many years have we been coming over here with public input? And that's what we always say, that they talk about public safety, but we are not that public. The public all around the United States that's been screaming at the top of their lungs is not the public. The public who's being impacted by this fuckery of surveillance and Flock safety is not the public. The public who's been mass deported, abducted, and kidnapped is not the public. All the women, all the romantic interests that have been stalked by the cops are not the public. Every woman who's trying to seek abortion is not the public. Any person who's trying to seek gender-affirming care is not the public. This we have to be clear, because everything is operated what they're presiding in, and Rasha used to be a federal prosecutor. So ask her, why do we have this surveillance system? Because it's about presumption of guilt. So what happened to innocent until you're proven guilty? What happened to that goddamn maximum? Now we're like, guilty until proven innocent. And that's exactly what the police state is for. This is what we've been fighting for the last 15 years. Building that culture of resistance against the national security police state. Building that fight against the national security police state. And these folks are presiding on the extreme harm and trauma. But now they want more public input. Well, how many people, like Grace said, how many more people have to die and be abducted? Danny, where's your conscience? Where is your conscience? Like, really? I mean, you completely reject everything we come and say? You completely reject the letter we sent, a detailed letter in February of 2025, mapping out the impact of license plate readers from Motorola to Vigilant Solutions to Axon International to Flock Safety? Scobin, how about you? You're big on public input. What happens now? So just because your insider auditor is saying that, so there's a big drama going on. But none of us count, right? This whole sham, this whole drama, this whole charade of public input and public comment remains a goddamn charade. But we will never stop. yes, as Grace said, that we take a moment because we have built the power and we celebrate the power. Because who has the power? We have the power. What kind of power? People power. And that people power will force them to shut this shit down. We shut down predictive policing. We shut down Operation Laser. We shut down chronic offender program. And that's when Michael Moore had the audacity to come back and say it was an experiment. Lives lost, people murdered in laser zones, in anchor points. And this was an experiment. And now we come back and fucking Gia Lamas has the audacity to say data, privacy, sharing. We mapped out the whole information sharing environment and the stalker state. And these fools are sitting over there waiting for more public input. So what are we gonna do? Shut it down. What are we gonna do? Shut it down.
The next speaker, Quinn.
Police. Quote, the sticking point is around having very clear terms about who owns the data, what happens with the data once they collect it. That's a quote from Gia Lamas. LAPD's Chief Information Officer, Dean, will have you believe that as long as LAPD owns Flock's AOPR data, it'll be safe. Dean Gia Lamas says that this is about, quote, what happens with the data once they collect it. Let me read to you what happens once police officers collect AOPR data. Officer Michael McSherry uses automatic license plate readers to track his estranged wife in 2023. Police Chief Lee Nygaard uses Flock to track his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend 200 times. Deputy Alexander Vanny kidnaps his ex-fiancée and uses Flock to track her friend in 2024. Deputy Lamar Roman uses AOPRs to stalk and pull over a woman he has a crush on in 2026. There's dozens more cases like these, and this is only scratching the surface. That's what happens when the police own the data. They stalk, they hunt, they kidnap and surveil women, their friends, their partners. That's what happens with the data when LAPD is the owner. All this information while LAPD expands criminalization of sex workers into Western, the Figueroa Corridor, and Skid Row. LAPD is hoping to put new AOPR cameras in where sex workers work. This is following a long history of LAPD being a main client for sex workers, enjoying their services, and then instead of paying, arresting women. It's no surprise now that LAPD wants to continue to stalk sex workers by putting up cameras, watching, lurking, watching for free, and that's what happens with the data when LAPD collects it. The OIG report recommended that the board wait for public input. I'll remind you, like people have before me, that we have been giving our input at this meeting every single time you decide to show up. The public has been telling you week after week that LAPD surveillance is killing us, drawing a roadmap for ICE and criminalizing us. Instead of getting rid of what harms us, you are all suggesting to edit it to absorb our power. You are all suggesting to put up guardrails because you have finally realized that our public pressure is too intense for you to ignore. You're suggesting reforms because you realize that the people won't let you get away with your violence any longer, but we don't need reform or guardrails. That won't keep us safe. Guardrails will only sanitize the violence you conduct, the stalking, the surveilling, the looking up your ex-girlfriend 200 times that you do. The sticking point is around having clear terms about who owns the data, what happens with the data once they collect it. That's your quote. No. We say that the sticking point is that AOPRs are criminalizing Angelenos across the board, deeming us guilty without ever considering that we might just be trying to survive. You jail us, you kidnap us, you abduct us, and you hand us to ICE on a platter. What do we say to Flock safety?
The next speaker, Jason.
All right, so let's make it clear, without public pressure and scrutiny of Flock, this contract would have been approved and rubber stamped by this commission. It's only because of the lawsuit by the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition that there is a suspension of this contract. And even in that terminology conceals the fact that it was simply allowed to expire. The LAPD and this commission fully intends on working with Flock, but now it needs to create a new guise around it to continue it. Now, what do we know to be true? The LAPD has its own scandals with Flock brewing. Just take a look at the disciplinary penalties month to month to see the predatory nature of your pigs. For example, in May, the misconduct of one of your pigs was described as, quote, while off duty on 4 occasions, participated in inappropriate online conversations regarding child sexual exploitation. It took a lawsuit to release these records that have found their way into OIG's review of LAPD's ALPR use, and the LAPD spent the last 2 months finding every way possible to spin this contract in the best light. The Stop LAPD Spying Coalition has been exposing the LAPD's architecture of surveillance for years and clearly spelled out the information sharing that is ever present amongst the LAPD and other PIC departments, especially when it comes to ALPR data. The Flock MOU that the LAPD has concealed from the public for all these years states Flock retains the right to any recordings or data provided through Flock, and it may use that data for any purpose. Additionally, the main vendor of your surveillance needs and wants, Axon, partners with Flock and grants them access to their data. That means Flock has access to LAPD surveillance of our communities through body-worn video, in-car cameras, and beyond. Your own partner in crime, the OIG, admits that LAPD has no agreement with Flock or Axon prohibiting searches, retention of data, and sharing of info with other PIG agencies like ICE. You had pigs from every level of your leadership come here and lie. Go to city council and lie. Go out in interviews with the media and lie. Go out into the community and lie, saying that this type of information sharing was non-existent. And it's spelled out here. It exists. It's happening. And now it's been exposed. And the LAPD uses and shares these tools to trace, track, stalk, kill our community. And they allow ICE to access those same systems to do the same. Even with a bogus written agreement with these companies that will invariably be used to provide cover for this far-reaching collaboration, this information sharing will exist. There's no way around it. There's no safeguards. This surveillance isn't meant for safety. It's meant for scourge. Now, if the LAPD kills a dog, video gets released in 6 days, but killing a person, the video gets released in 45 days. McDonald claims he doesn't want to release the name of the dog killer because of death threats. This is the same excuse you used to shield the murder of Lawrence Gonzalez, pig Alan Jaramillo, whose name was hid from the public for 6 months. I can assure you that the majority of people here that come to these meetings get more death threats than your pigs on the regular. 5C, the OIG's review of the Department of Vehicle pursuits resulting in serious death or injury exposes the charade of training that gets trotted out every time a pig harms the community or commits a crime. In the 17 crashes that resulted in serious death or injury, 53 of the 73 pigs involved had received previous vehicle pursuit training related to a previous pursuit. Training is used to ensure the growth of your budget, to pad the pockets of your pigs, and something for you to point to when critique comes your way to show the reformers and liberals, hey, we're taking this seriously and we're doing something about it.
And Madam President, we have reached the 45 minutes allotted time, and we have 8 cards left.
Let's hear the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Yadi.
Hi, I've been here previously advocating for stronger guardrails for ALPR tech, and I appreciate the Commission's interest in my suggestions. I also want to express thanks to the LAOIG for a rather comprehensive report on the LAPD ALPR. It not only provides more transparency, but it also gives the public meaningful information to in turn give feedback on modernizing public safety to meet today's needs. I also want to say that I agree with the chief and police around the country who say ALPR and stationary ALPR cameras specifically are a useful tool. Yes, indeed, the public is well aware of how well these cameras are used to stalk and harass women, like the cuties cops spot out on the streets and their exes. I wish I could say that I'm surprised and shocked to learn that surveillance tech could be misused and abused, but that is something you could have seen coming from afar, and especially since almost 100% of police and 100% of the oversight body here that make the decisions are men. Perhaps if women, mothers, and people exercising their First Amendment rights and vulnerable communities most negatively impacted would have been consulted in advance, we could ensure public safety doesn't end up oppressing a giant swath of the public. I hope you don't miss the forest for the trees. There's a responsibility to acknowledge that we have civil rights like the Fourth Amendment, California's Constitution that grants us the right to privacy, and that stationary ALPR is warrantless mass surveillance. You need a warrant to enter our homes, you need a warrant to access our phones, and you should need to get a warrant to track people's property. We're not data, we're not criminals, we're people with rights and should be treated with dignity. Next thing, we'll be hearing about how police are wearing Meta's creeper glasses, openly recording women and children in public and sharing that footage with who knows who, and it's going to who knows where. Women's rights are being stripped across the country, and now we're being stripped of our rights to push back against stalkers and creepers, getting restraining orders because of the false premise that we have no expectation of privacy in public. If your efforts are focused on reforming warrantless mass surveillance and trying to shove it down our throats, you've lost the plot. If you can sell it to us saying that it's for public safety, I just want you to know that you're not lying to the public, you're lying to yourselves. Societal safety is housing and healthcare, not surveillance.
The next speaker, Aiden.
What a joyous day. Looking at this whole fucking desk with all your pants down. You know, when the Flock fight started, we talked about how cities all across the country were canceling their contracts with Flock and discussed what a fucking generational embarrassment it is to watch what is supposed to be the oversight body that is supposed to help the citizenry stay safe from the police approve, sanitize, and legitimize the use of technology that everyone knows is dangerous, especially in the hands of the LAPD. And so I stand here as someone who has watched this contract expire, which was our goal, and I look around at the other ALPRs, and I look around at the other surveillance technology, the Drone as a First Responder program, the refusal of the LAPD to acknowledge and put into practice, prohibitions around illegal stops of Black and brown people. And I think about how this body continually enables the LAPD to be violent. And, there are very limited circumstances under which I'd even say Matthew's name in any kind of positive light. But he exposed parts of this that I didn't even know about, like how you don't have contracts for data practices with Axon or with Flock or with anyone. These are things that anyone with half a fucking brain cell before signing a contract would establish to protect people. But the sort of duty of the LAPD is not to protect, it is to intimidate. You have two pigs standing here while people give public comment. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pigs standing in the back. Just in case someone wants to talk too long or says something you don't like. And so the reality of the situation is, as you continue to sit on this body, you are complicit in every dead body, every injury, and every bad thing the LAPD does. You, Rasha. You who pretends to care and who pretends to, shed your crocodile tears when someone comes in and talks about how the LAPD murdered their loved one. You, Daniel, who can't seem to figure out that fucking eye thing. It's the stress. Quit your job. Don't come here again. We won't miss you. And you, Jeff, I don't even know why you're here. To sell cars? How can you not have questions for the chief when he's talking about employing devices that are used to stalk and kill people? Not a single fucking question of substance from you ever, not once, since you've joined this commission. Didn't you learn from your dad or his boss, who were both on this commission before you? What's the point of hiring a fucking Nepo baby if he's not gonna know how to do the job? Anyway, fuck the LAPD, fire McDonnell, and free Palestine. I hope you all rock.
The next speaker, Humaira.
It's always the same pattern with the police. The police talk about how their technology is helping keep people safe, but people from the community warn over and over and over again about how the technology is actually making people less safe. People have been warning about the harms of Flock and the other ALPRs and mass surveillance in general for years. Concerns are always ignored and dismissed. This isn't just here, it's everywhere. And then we find out that what we warned about has in fact been happening. We already knew, but finally we get some admission of it. And it happens over and over again, not just here, but in cities all over the country. The OIG's review of LAPD's use of license plate reader systems just confirms many of the things that people have been warning about with LAPD use of the system. Why did it take so long to get this kind of a report? It would have prevented much of the harm that has happened to people because of the use of the license plate readers. The department was using a lot of the cameras without formal contracts or agreements in place for all services to address data security, privacy, and access control requirements. In other words, LAPD has been continually telling us that the data is secure and that unauthorized entities can't access it, while no such agreements were in place. Either LAPD has no idea what they're doing, or they were lying, or maybe both. Many harmful impacts to people happened during these years when ignoring all the warnings. Ignoring the warnings from the people that LAPD claims to be protecting and serving. For years, people have also warned about the error rate of the ALPRs, always ignored. But there's some actual data in this report. Let me highlight one statistic. Over a 2-month period, officers confirmed 161 alerts as accurate matches to the scan license plate. The subsequent investigation determined that the vehicles had not been stolen. So there were 161 false alerts in just 2 months. Were the people driving those vehicles pulled over and treated as car thieves? That information's not in there, so I assume they probably were. 161 for 2 months, that would be 960 false alerts from ALPRs over a year. So about 1,000 people were pulled over and probably held at gunpoint because it was presumed that they were car thieves. The use of ALPRs can't be fixed or reformed. Mass surveillance does nothing but make us less safe. No to Flock, no to Motorola, no to Vigilant Solutions, no to Axon, no to whatever else stupid technology the tech bros come up with, no to all forms of mass surveillance here and everywhere.
The next speaker, William Good.
Good morning. All right, so Jim, I heard you're about to be fired by Karen Bass in the coming months. Apparently, she's going to replace you with Tingrides. You haven't been showing up. Council members are infuriated with you because you just don't bother showing up anymore. This is what happens. We have a police chief that's completely unaccountable, checked out. He's just doddering around, and none of you guys care. You know, we shouldn't even have a quorum today. This fucking guy right here just keeps on falling asleep. Tabor, wake the fuck up. Non-stop, you've been nodding off. That's probably the technical difficulties we've had that delayed this meeting today. You are the technical difficulty. Anyway, the last meeting we had, this guy lied about the gang problem. Now we know that the LAPD had 2 cops that had sustained complaints for being in a gang. We know that the police chief said so, the last one at least. And then he went in front of the Board of Rights. You know, those guys will let anybody off. No, they said he's in the gang. When they asked you about it at the last meeting, like, we heard that there's a gang problem, he said, there's no gang. We don't have any gangs. That's not what they were asking you. They were asking you about the problem that you had in the past. That was misleading, the answer you gave. And it's complete bullshit. It's really time to hold this guy accountable. He has no business being chief. What has he done since he's been chief? Are you guys recruiting more? No, because you guys are so toxic. You try everything. You try bonuses, you try giving them rent, and you keep on going down in the number of officers. You're also a fucking liar. You know, Jeff and Raja have been asking for months for a report on OISs. They wanted a comparison with local surrounding agencies. See, every year you release a report that compares the LAPD to the LASD, to Philadelphia, to Chicago, to the NYPD, to Houston. That's every year. So you made them wait month after month. I heard internally that you were saying literally, make them fucking wait. 4 times they'd come to the meetings. Where is the comparison? What were you hiding, Jim? You were hiding the fact that last year the LAPD shootings went up by what, 50, 60%? And the LASD went down by 40. Long Beach, how many shootings did they have? 0. Everywhere around the LAPD, shootings have gone down, but they go up under you. And that's because you've expanded this culture where no one is held accountable. And he gets away with it because you guys don't hold him accountable. This guy has no business being police chief. Now, granted, Karen Bass is a coward, and so she might have to wait till after the election to replace you with that piece of shit Tingrides, who's no better. Tingrides is no better. But it's just ridiculous that like I said, there's no real oversight. You guys don't take us seriously. You made us wait for hours today. Finally, when I got through, the meeting had already started. It's just total disrespect. Tabor, wake the fuck up. And where's Fabian at? Who knows where Fabian is?
The next speaker, Clyde.
Get him some coffee. Inject him with something.
Okay, the Stop LAPD coalition, of which I am a proud member of with LA Can, had a press conference out front this morning. So we did have something to do, which was really nice while we waited for this meeting. The goal for the press conference and to inform the public was to continue to expose all the different ways flocks and all ALRPs are harming our communities and why they need to be shut down in their entirety. No guardrails, no reforms or other ALRP companies to replace flock. Overall messaging: we reject the ongoing negotiations and we demand the LAPD shut down all license plate reader programs. This is not LAPD's goodwill. This is a win that is a direct result of people power. No more negotiations with flock. As a former teacher, I retired 3 years ago, 25 years. I supported kids. I have 4 kids of my own. There's nobody here to really speak for them, so I'm going to read 6 points that were gathered on their behalf. Flock ALRPs are dangerous for the safety of children and families. Flock devices are installed in more than 100 public school systems in the US. The cameras take photos of everything to view, including the children and families, putting them at risk of police and abuse. Number 2, police, ICE, school administration, and even Flock employees are on record using Flock cameras on and near schools to spy on kids and their families in order to criminalize them. ICE and police frequently use Flock and other school district cameras to aid in immigration-related investigations. That's shameful. LAPD, or not LAPD, the Los Angeles Union has put together an alliance of neighborhood watch people to try to keep ICE from stealing our children. And yet, surveillance is still happening, like the DARE program that used to go in. All this goodwill that we make, it's really just surveillance, isn't it? And now you've got artificial intelligence. And you know where that's headed. That is Police State 101. Flock safety employees have been logged accessing cameras in sensitive locations, including children's gymnasium rooms, a playground, a school, a Jewish community center, and a pool. We demand that the LAPD terminate all partnerships with Flock Safety.
The next speaker, Michael Ackerman.
Nothing is going to improve until we get a military-level investigation of local government misconduct. Let me repeat that. Nothing is going to improve until we get a military-level investigation of local government misconduct, including police misconduct. I'm convinced that anything less will cause unnecessary suffering. I would like each of the commissioners to issue public statements asking the governor to have criminal investigators from the National Guard look into misconduct here and elsewhere. So should the chief, the inspector general, and the deputy city attorney. And so should any member of the public who actually wants the misconduct to stop. I remind you that last year the governor deployed National Guard lawyers to work as prosecutors in San Francisco, so this sort of thing is nothing new. Your only comment should be, we have nothing to hide, so bring it on. And for any of the officers in here, if someone has persuaded you to do something that's, quote, technically illegal but no big deal, you should run away as fast as you can because you're being set up to participate in covering up murders of ordinary people.
The next speaker, O. Stone.
All power to the people. There's a controversial helicopter roundup of wild horses underway in California's Mono Basin. Despite efforts by the Utu Gawait Benton Paiutu tribe to stop the operation, they proceed. Stop the helicopter roundups of wild horses from ancestral land in the California Mono Basin. Back to Flock. Joey Buckets. Meet Joey Buckets, Joe Busciano, former 15-year LAPD officer, former Los Angeles City Council member from 2012 to 2022. He's a current managing partner at a Zionist firm, Ballard Partners, the lobbying group which paid to secure and protect Flock's access to government partnerships and political decision makers. That means a former city insider with deep LAPD and City Hall ties is now cashing in to defend and expand the same surveillance company feeding data into the stalker state. This is how the revolving door works. Public office becomes a private profit police relationship. Ballard Partners and they seem to be protecting Zionism, and it doesn't stop there. Ballard Partners' client list extends beyond Flock, representing political and ideological forces aligned with white supremacy and imperialism. Ballard signed a lobbying contract with UG Solutions, a U.S. security firm, in August 2025. The same time, UG Solutions deployed armed veterans to occupied Palestine, free Palestine. They function as a mercenary group that opened fire at murdered Palestinians seeking aid. This is a setup by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to orchestrate death traps, according to a former UG Solutions whistleblower. The so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is an Israeli and U.S.-backed scheme that lured Palestinians to fake food distribution sites in the goal of extermination. UG Solutions whistleblower, and I hear a burst, this is a quote, and I hear a burst of automatic gunfire from the UG Solutions contractor in the tower facing south. And he was shouting at the crowd as they were exiting. Another contractor opened up with his individually assigned weapon, and he's cheering for himself as he's shooting an unarmed civilian. This is in Palestine. And this is how Palestine is connected here. This is not accidental, this is infrastructure. Corporate surveillance companies, former elected officials, police departments, federal agencies, all connected, all profiting, all expanding the same architecture of surveillance. We deserve to know exactly who is influencing partnerships, who is protecting Flock's foothold, and who is getting paid while their communities face the violence. Follow the money, expose the lobbyists, expose the cozy relationships, and shut down Flock now.
The next speaker, Elizabeth.
Hello, everybody. I'm here as a concerned Angelino, a chronically concerned Angelino, and I'm here in solidarity with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. We are here talking today about the automatic license plate reader company, Flock, and how we ended that contract just on the 11th. So from what you've shown us, you have 298 pole-mounted cameras across Los Angeles. So with that contract being ended, my question is, you guys no longer have access to that footage, but they're still collecting data. Is that correct? This is a question for you guys that you guys should be able to answer. So if they're still able to collect data, where is that data going to? Do you guys know who these third-party agencies who are collecting our data from our Angelinos? These are things that we need to consider moving forward if you guys decide that you want to consider any new contract. We don't need a new contract. they've shown us time and time again that they have breached their contracts. They have overtaken the privacy of ordinary citizens. And we just need to get rid of these contracts. We don't want to pursue any further contracts. Following July 30th, we need to get rid of these cameras, period. They should not be operational at this point now. They shouldn't be operational at this moment. So we've seen that the Chief Information Officer has now stated data privacy, security, and sharing concerns. What changed? It was our community coming time and time again, effortlessly working to make sure that you guys didn't pursue a new contract, correct? So what more public input do you need? I mean, we've seen it here today. There's absolutely no interest in this, right? So moving forward, I hope that your decisions reflect that of the people. Because to protect and to serve, who are we protecting and serving here? Thank you.
And we have no other cards, Madam President? We have no other cards.
Thank you. That completes the public comment section of the meeting, and we will take a short recess before moving on to the other agenda items. Okay, everyone, we're getting back on from the recess. So moving to item number 4 on the agenda, consent agenda items. Item 4A has been continued to next week. I have questions and comments on item 4C, so I'll pull that one. Would any of the commissioners like to pull any other items from the consent agenda? Commissioner Tabor?
I have no pulls.
Thank you. Commissioner Scobin?
No.
Commissioner Garcia?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, then I move that we approve items 4B through 4F, except for item 4C, and take the recommended board action. Is there a second?
There's a second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. Moving to item 4C, is there anyone from the department on that item?
I have Lieutenant Denman on the line.
Okay. And for that item, and it relates to some training relating to some equipment in connection with police pursuits, and I think that one would be better served with a presentation to the commission about exactly what the use of it is for, when it's allowed under policy, particularly in light of the Inspector General's report. Is there anyone?
Yeah, I think. We have Lieutenant over Zoom, Lieutenant Dedmon.
Lieutenant, can you hear us?
Let's see if I can give me.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And so I think this is about additional vehicles that would be used to train personnel on performing pit maneuvers with SUVs. And in particular, I'd like to better understand when the department uses pit maneuvers before authorizing additional equipment, just in light of the police pursuits report that we have. And so I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that today, or whether that's something that we could put on, particularly after we have either to another day or after we talk about the vehicle pursuit report from the Inspector General.
I can give you a basic understanding of what we use the pit vehicles for. This is to specifically outfit one Ford Explorer vehicle for us to use during training that we do pit training at the academy. We currently are using our Crown Victoria vehicles that have been here since we've started utilizing pit training here at the academy. It's the same vehicle since the inception. And we've seen the need to train our officers on the vehicles that are being primarily deployed in the field, which is the Ford Explorers. And so this would be to retrofit one Ford Explorer for us to basically test it out and make sure that we're able to utilize that vehicle in the training, since it is the same vehicle that we're using in the field.
Okay, and I don't believe the Inspector General's report dealt with pit maneuvers at all, did it?
I have no, not necessarily. So I don't think we can present our report and we can answer any questions you have about this donation or future training opportunities.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't want to stand in the way of any specific training. I think it's important that you have the equipment necessary for training, but I would like further, and we can address this during the Inspector General report, but I would like further information about when pit maneuvers are allowed and under policy and in, what circumstances. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions? Or would any of my fellow commissioners want to postpone making a decision on this report to a later date? Commissioner Tabor.
I have no questions at this time. And I will ask a related question when we have our Inspector General's presentation. But if there is no urgency, then I would move to hold over until either later this month or within the month.
Okay, thank you. And how about Commissioner Scobin?
Yeah, I think it's fair to hold it until we discuss the IG's report on pursuits.
Commissioner Garcia?
Same, no questions around the equipment that's being requested here, but happy to hold off.
Okay, well, thank you. Then I would move that we continue this matter to next week's meeting, and then we can address it there. And at that point, it would be helpful to also have just a little policy review of when pit maneuvers are authorized under the department's policy. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. So thank you, Lieutenant, for being on. We'll hear from you again next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now moving to item number 5 on the agenda, regular agenda item. We have items 5A and 5B. And for the record, I will be recusing myself from participating, discussing, or voting on items 5A and 5B. Based on the city attorney's guidance pursuant to City Charter Section 222, I am recusing myself due to the appearance of conflict because 2 ALPR vendors, Motorola and Axon, are clients of my law firm, though on matters unrelated to those items and in matters I am not involved with. Accordingly, I will leave the room for items 5A and 5B and hand it over to Commissioner Tabor.
That's why they brought Fabian back from the dead, huh?
And that's why they've been doing it for years. He's bought and paid for. You have to wake up now,
We now hear item 5A. When you're
Good morning. Vice President Tabor, Commissioners Garcia, Scobin, Inspector General Berrigan, Chief McDonald, Executive Director Sibley, and Deputy City Attorney De La Guerra. I'm Commander Randy Goddard, the Assistant Commanding Officer of Information Technology Bureau. Chief Information Officer Dean Gialamas to my left is here with me and will join me in taking your questions. I'm here to update the board on the department's Flock Safety Automated License Plate Recognition Program and on the agreement that must govern it going forward. I want to begin with this technology matters. In recent review of our program, the Office of Inspector General examined a 2-month period, August and September of last year. In those 2 months alone, ALPR alerts led to the recovery of 337 stolen vehicles, every one of them recovered without incident. These are vehicles that community members rely on to get to work, to take their kids to school, and to provide them with the necessity of transportation. There were 24 stolen license plates switched onto other vehicles to avoid detection that were located. Hot list alerts produced 68 stops and 74 arrests, including arrests for grand theft auto, evading, and felony in possession of a firearm. This technology also helps us find missing and at-risk people. The Inspector General's own data confirm what our officers see every day. This is a proven public safety tool that makes neighborhoods safer. Slide 2. A tool this powerful must operate under equally strong safeguards, and that is what brings me here today. The Memorandum of Understanding with Flock Safety expired this past Saturday, July 11th. I want the board to understand how we arrived at this point because it was not for the lack of effort by this department. Well ahead of the expiration date, Information Technology Bureau paused all new camera deployments and camera donations and worked with the Office of the City Attorney to develop standardized contract terms to govern every ALPR vendor doing business with this department. We engaged Flock directly and repeatedly. On May 8th of this year, we delivered to Flock a complete draft services agreement containing the city's terms on data ownership, data sharing, data security, and breach liability. And when we invited their feedback. Unfortunately, in the 2 months that followed, Flock did not provide red lines or feedback on that agreement prior to the MOU expiration. On July 10th, one day before the MOU expired, Flock sent the department a letter of intent signed by its chief legal officer expressing alignment on several key priorities: LAPD's exclusive ownership of its data, open API access, the return of all department data if the relationship ends, and civil and monetary damages if Flock shares our data without authorization. We view that letter as encouraging forward momentum. However, a letter of intent is not enforceable. More importantly, it did not address critical protections such as breach notification, identification, and city's audit rights. The MOU expired without a definitive agreement in place, and that outcome was not for the lack of effort on the department's part. With the expiration approaching and no agreement in place, the department suspended access to Flock until a contract with those protections is fully executed. Every department user account was disabled this past Friday, July 10th. No LAPD employee can access the Flock system today. We recognize the public's concern about license plate data is collected and shared, and we take it seriously. Let me reiterate what I have said dozens of times over the last year. The department does not share ALPR data with federal immigration authorities. That is prohibited by state law, city ordinance, and department policy. We are committed to using technology transparently, responsibly, and constitutionally. And no ALPR professional service contract will move forward without this board's approval. Next slide. We'll start with data ownership. The terms we have put before Flock begin with ownership. Under the draft agreement, the city is the sole and exclusive owner of all ALPR data. Every image, every record, all metadata, and anything derived from it. Flock receives no rights in LAPD's data. Flock may only use our data for exactly one purpose: providing service to this department under the city's written instructions. Data sharing. Second, Flock may not sell, publish, disclose, or share city data with anyone for any purpose without the department's express written permission. That includes Flock's own parent company, affiliates, and investors. Flock may not use our data to train artificial intelligence, may not pool it with other customers' data, and may not use it commercially. The department, and the department alone, will decide whether, when, and with whom our data is shared, and will do so only within the parameters of department policy and the law. Data breach and liability, which is essentially accountability. If a data breach occurs, FLOC must notify the department within 24 hours, in writing and by phone, and begin remediation immediately. FLOC must fully identify and defend the city against any claims arising from a breach. These terms are enforceable in court. They are backed by annual audit rights, and they require our data to be stored in the continental United States under FBI Criminal Justice Information Systems security standards. Our position is straightforward. The department continuously seeks out innovative technology, and we will continue to evaluate all ALPR technologies and vendors to determine what best serves Los Angeles. We are open to doing business with any vendor, including FLOC, that can provide the best products at the best price and accept the city's terms and conditions so that the department data is used and protected in a way that serves the best interests of the department and the communities we serve. Accepting the city's data protection terms is the first step. For FLOC or for any other vendor, a vendor that cannot accept those terms cannot be a part of the conversation. The letter of intent we received last week was a start, and just yesterday afternoon, FLOC returned its first red line edits to the department as a step in the right direction. But until a definitive agreement is fully executed, approved by this board and by the city attorney as to the form and legality, department access to FLOC will remain off. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. Chief Information Officer Giamas, and I welcome your questions.
Commissioner Scobin. Yeah, I'll start with, I hope you guys are going to stay for the IG's presentation, because I think there'll be some questions related to the audit. So I'm going to keep these questions as a matter of fact as it pertains to kind of where we're at. I want to start with, I work closely with you guys on this. I want to acknowledge the hard work by you, Commander, and the team to get FLOC to where they need to be, working with our requirements. A few questions, some that have come up today, and others. So even without the LAPD contract, are the FLOC cameras still activated?
Yes, the FLOC cameras are still pulling the data from the vehicle traffic that's going. However, no department employee has access to that data. That will be a decision going forward. This board and our chief of police will make. I will just say from where I sit, I will make a humble recommendation that as long as we are making forward progress and we see an agreement coming to be, personally, I would recommend keeping that data on. We can't access the data. However, let's say there was a serious crime that occurs over the time that we are in negotiations with FLOC, and that data could potentially identify a suspect and solve that crime. I think that is valuable. That's from my perspective and my seat.
And so a couple questions there. One, who currently has access to the data that's being recorded is the first question. Follow-up question is, in the circumstance that you just mentioned, what would be the terms under the department accessing that data?
So right now, nobody has access to the data. Not one single LAPD employee or anybody else outside of LAPD has access to that data. That data is just being stored in a database in the cloud and a tenant. Nobody has access to that data, but the data is there. And that will remain that nobody has access to the data until we have some agreement, again, that this board has approved.
And what assurances do we have that no one, I hear that the department isn't accessing, which, you and your department can control and monitor, but what assurances do we have that no one outside of the department is accessing that data?
So internally, I'll start with internally. So my team at Innovation Management Section has confirmed they have full administrative rights to the Flock system. They have disabled everybody. That is 100%. To layer that effect, I've talked with Flock executives. They have also shut it down on their side, that nobody from LAPD can access that data, and they've assured me that nobody else can access that data. Some of those terms and agreements are actually found in the contract between the Los Angeles Police Foundation and the Flock. And LAPD in that contract, LAPD is listed as a third party with enforceable rights. So I'm comfortable based upon those conditions set forth in a contract that's still binding between the foundation and Flock, that data legally in a contract is not accessible by any other agency. And that what Flock has assured, and that document backs that up.
And so even the agreements that we had with other agencies for sharing data would not have access to the data?
That question, I'm going to have to follow up because I want to make sure that I'm giving you the most up-to-date information.
That's
so
fair.
That's something probably my team is watching right now, and if they could text me that information, but I want to make sure that is one angle that in any sharing agreement that we have an MOU signed by the chief of police and the other agency, I want to make sure that data is also not accessible by those agencies.
Yeah, and I would just lean on the IG, the city attorney, whatever we need to do to understand that in a, expedited time. I think it's just critical.
Yeah, I'll have it right after this meeting, unless you have anything to add on that. Okay.
Excuse me.
There's someone on Zoom. Yeah. Can you elaborate on, well, first off, we still have cameras on city-owned property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can you speak to what, if any, differences there are with Flock cameras that are not on city-owned property, that are owned by homeowners or different communities that we had access to?
Yes. So, even before LAPD had access to any cameras from Flock, HOAs in the city of Los Angeles, between the private HOA and Flock, purchased Flock cameras. Those are the property of the HOA. The city does not allow HOAs to put cameras on city infrastructure like a Bureau of Street Lighting pole or a DWE pole. So in those instances, and I think we saw them in some of the media articles with the video, you'll see a black pole that they bought from Flock and they install typically on private property and then put an ALPR camera on there. LAPD has no rights, or nor does the city of Los Angeles, over those privately purchased cameras. We only gained access through the MOU, which just expired, to receive the data from there. However, we aren't receiving data from any camera, whether they're HOA purchased, whether they're city purchased, or whether they're donated. We're not receiving any data from that. We're not accessing any data from any Flock camera, which includes Flock cameras throughout the state of California. We no longer have access to it.
If it's possible, I think it'd be important for the commission to get a copy of any agreements with a homeowners association or with the police foundation as well. I read in the press after this that the decision came as a surprise to Flock, and they wanted to clear up misconceptions. Having had many conversations with you and the team, I don't see how Flock could have been surprised by this. and I don't understand what misconceptions they'd like to clear up. Is there any comment you'd like to make on that?
One, I will make my own personal comment and I'll turn it over to my boss. But I agree with you, Commissioner. I don't see how there's a surprise in this. This is something that I've been talking with Flock on these terms and conditions for well over a year. I know Mr. Giannamas has had multiple conversations with Flock's executives, so I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, I don't think the data considerations are a surprise at all to Flock. They've known that for months as we've been working with them. They may not have known that the decision of suspending use was coming at that point in time, but for them to be surprised by it in terms of the data requirements and what we need in terms of safeguards, no, can't be a surprise to them. They've known that very clearly, and even in writing since May 8th.
Yeah. Just in closing, before I pass it off, you know, I want to say I'm disappointed that we're here in this situation. And ultimately, you know, the terms that we're asking for aren't egregious. You know, they're following state law, city law, and ordinance. And I, you know, believe as we move forward, as we've known, and since through my confirmation process and here, many in attendance today, we understand how real and sensitive of a topic this is. And while we may not ultimately agree on where we end up, I think it's critical, and my position is it's critical that we're transparent and that we have the strongest data privacy security measures in place, that we're in compliance with all law, and that ultimately we have the auditing in place and the self checks and balances to make sure that we're doing things appropriately, and where we're not, those people are held accountable. So, you know, to me, this is a message, you know, moving forward that, you know, there's you know, a new set of terms that the vendors need to abide by in order to do business with the city. And I think that's critically important as we move forward.
We concur, Commissioner, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've taken the forward and proactive stance of documenting what those requirements are. This isn't just a Flock requirement. This is a vendor requirement. So just to kind of put it bluntly and generally.
Absolutely. That's it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
So you mentioned that we received a letter from Flock stating that they will take on an honest effort to agree to our requests. And yesterday we received their draft version back. Have we looked at that? And do we know if that honest effort is there? I have not looked at that yet, Commissioner. I received that late in the day yesterday. I spent most of my time preparing for this particular presentation and the one that follows, so I have not had an opportunity to look at their red lines yet. Okay. The other is we have MOAs with neighboring police departments, and those MOAs do not indicate or do not require that those neighboring departments do audits. Is that something that can be updated and or managed as we're looking at the agreement with Flock as well? So when we have these interagency agreements between, let's say, you know, I'll just call it out City Pasadena and the City of Los Angeles, obviously they're two separate jurisdictions, two separate cities, two separate departments. We definitely do not have any authority over their audits and controls and protections. So, you know, that really would be something I think for the city attorney to look at. Is that agency willing to have their audits and controls dictated by another agency? These are things that definitely could be looked at. But I will say we are all under the state of California law. We're all required under that law to follow the parameters of ALPR data's use policy. Sharing, can't share with federal agents, ICE, can't share outside the state of California. We're all under that umbrella. So from my experience and my interactions with other agencies, they are doing exactly what we're doing. They are doing their own self-audits. They are you know, ensuring that their department policy and their personnel are using the technology in an appropriate way where they need to know and right to know. But that's something that we can definitely take back. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me see if I can pick up from where we are. As you said,
the cameras are still operable. They're still collecting data. Under your understanding, under the suspension or the end of the relationship as we had it and during these negotiations now, the ownership of that data is still the Los Angeles Police Department, City of Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if at some point we decide that we no longer want to have a relationship with Flock, do we make a decision then to collect the data some way, or do we if we make a decision to have the data deleted? Is it our position only, or does Flock or any other entity have any say-so over the data?
No, really, we are in control. So if we decide that we want to separate our relationship indefinitely with Flock, we would be able to make a decision. Do we want to permanently delete that data? Do we want to take the data and put it into our own database? These would be decisions that we have complete control over and decision-making capability moving forward.
Right. And as an aside to that, you mentioned that there is the possibility that a homeowners association relationship with Flock, independent of the cities, and I'm extrapolating this now, so I want to be clear that that there may be evidence of a crime on their data that they own, independent from the city. What would be the process of Los Angeles Police Department gaining access to that data?
The only way we would gain access to that data again is through a agreement that we've come up with Flock that's approved by this board and executed by the chief of police. Until that time, we're not going to have access to that data.
If it was for the purposes of an investigation of a crime that we know was committed and believe based on direction of the camera, would we be able to subpoena that data to, other than going into entering? I'm just trying to understand where citizen versus.
If a private homeowners association had images that they chose to share and submit as evidence, that would be up to the homeowners association. But to Commander Goddard's point, the LAPD would not have jurisdictional rights or access to that data unless the homeowners association wanted to volunteer that.
Okay, so I want to go back a few steps. I'm aware now that after the fires of 2025, that there were cameras donated, purchased or donated to the homeowners association in the Palisades area for whatever the purposes were. Is in that relationship and the data collected by those cameras, is that under the ownership of Los Angeles Police Department or under the ownership of the homeowners association in the Palisades area? Or have we clarified that point?
Well, I would use the word donated for those particular cameras. Obviously, we're in a state of emergency for the city of Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. That Palisades area was fully evacuated. We had traffic control points around the Palisades that were monitored 24/7. Part of our responsibility as police and public safety is to provide security for that area so that homes are not looted. And during the time, the Flock offered to loan, I would use that word better, loan those cameras. Obviously, Palisades have not been rebuilt. There still is a fear of those community members that people may come into the community and take advantage of the situation. So those Flock has allowed us to keep those cameras on loan until some other resolution.
And then the data collected, do we have the same authority over that data as we did under the relationship directly with the city?
So that's one of the reasons why we're trying to get under contractual agreements. There have been different agreements with homeowners associations, with donations, and with these loans that have different terms and parameters within the contracts. I think because of timing and because of different individuals involved in that process, there was not a uniformity, an application of language. And so the contracts read differently depending on what that organization is or where those cameras are located. And that's one of the things that we're trying to solidify and remediate within the department.
I will, just for the record, and this is part of OIG's report, under that MOU, under Section 3, where it says confidentiality, says LAPD is the sole and exclusive owner of all data and information provided to Flock by or on behalf of LAPD pursuant to this agreement. So, I mean, it is in the MOU that LAPD is the sole owner of it.
All right. I will, we've got more questions, but it also relates to the IG's report, so I'll wait until we've had their report since you gentlemen will be with us. All right. Any other questions, gentlemen, before we?
Yeah, just for clarity. So, the other two vendors, Axon and Motorola, can you speak to what terms and conditions they've already agreed to and how it differentiates from, frankly, what Flock hasn't agreed to?
So Axon, I'll start with Axon. Axon very publicly, and if anybody wanted to search, go on axon.com, they could look at Axon's privacy statements, terms and conditions as it relates to any data, whether it's ALPR, body-worn, digital car video, any data. They've always been strategic with regards to strict privacy. That data is owned by the customer. They don't even have access to the data. They don't see the data. They don't use the data for analytics. They don't use the data to train artificial intelligence. It's very, very clear that the data is solely the customer's, and the customer does with that data as the customer wants to do. Motorola, same thing with the Motorola contract. Even in the Vigilant, which is the LPR, it's clearly in bold, in all caps, I believe, that no data can be shared with ICE. Just to make it extremely clear that the data also coming from the Motorola cameras is sole ownership of the Los Angeles Police Department. And it cannot be shared with anybody for any reason. Similar to the terms that I articulated in my presentation, that's what we're shooting for, and Axon and Motorola are meeting those goals.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we'd like to bring before us item 5B, the Inspector General's report. And with a reminder that item 5A is still open, so we have questions going forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The Office of the Inspector General initiated this review in response to growing public concerns regarding the collection, retention, and sharing of ALPR data, as well as questions regarding the effectiveness and oversight of this technology. Our review examined the department's ALPR policies and practices, including data collection, access, vendor agreements, security protections, and oversight mechanisms. We also analyzed the use and outcomes of ALPR-generated alerts during a 2-month review period. As I mentioned earlier this morning, the OIG will be hosting a listening session on the department's use and oversight of ALPR technology. Members of the public will have an opportunity to provide input during a virtual listening session. A Zoom link and additional information are available on the OIG's website. We encourage residents, community organizations, and all interested stakeholders to review the report and share their perspectives. Written comments will also be accepted and incorporated into our report back to the board. I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant Inspector General Lisa Ridout.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Assistant Inspector General Lisa Ridout. I oversee the Office of the Inspector General's Audit Section. Beside me is Police Special Investigator Christina Misessin, also with the Office of the Inspector General. And at the table with us are representatives from the department's Information Technology Bureau who will be available to answer any questions after our presentation. So I'll now turn over to Investigator Misessin, who'll provide a summary of our review and present the OIG's findings and recommendations.
Good afternoon, everyone. The review examined the systems, policies, technology, vendor relationships, oversight practice, and field use of the department's ALPR use. For our report, we specifically sought to examine 3 things: whether the safeguards governing of ALPR data's collection, access, retention, and sharing were adequate, whether the department's oversight process sufficiently identified and prevented misuse, and how ALPR alerts are used in the field and what outcomes come from those alerts. In total, the department's ALPR system consists of 248 pole-mounted cameras, 140 roof-mounted cameras on police vehicles, approximately 1,500 in-car ALPR cameras, and 7 mobile trailer cameras. As mentioned earlier, following the Palisades fire of January 2025, there are an additional pole-mounted cameras in the Pacific Palisades area that have been temporarily loaned to the department at no cost. Access to the ALPR system requires the completion of a training course online before gaining access to any and all systems. Department policy limits any use of ALPRs to authorized purposes, including criminal investigations, public safety operations, and other official law enforcement functions. The OIG also reviewed the various memorandums of agreement, memorandums of understanding, vendor agreements, and contracts associated with information sharing. We confirmed the department's memorandum of agreement to share ALPR data with 15 law enforcement agencies in the state of California. These agreements are all identical in their language with these various agencies and establish very specific conditions and safeguards for data sharing. At the time of our publication of our report, the department was using 3 ALPR technology providers. However, the OIG did identify limitations regarding vendor agreements and data security. Specifically, we did not identify formal agreements in place for all services addressing critical requirements, including data security, privacy protections, and access controls. Because some ALPR technology relies on third-party platforms to collect, store, and process sensitive information, we believe clear contractual requirements are necessary to ensure the department maintains control over data and that vendors are held accountable for protecting that information. Since the implementation of the ALPR program, the department's audit division has only conducted one audit since 2022. As you will see in our recommendations, the OIG does recommend more frequent audits to ensure personnel are accessing ALPR information only for authorized purposes and to reinforce that misuse of ALPR data may result in discipline. Regarding the ALPR operational impact, we evaluated the data captured between August 1st through September 30th of 2025 in all patrol cars. The OIG found officer action and impact were not always accurately reflected. This limited our ability to reliably analyze outcomes, evaluate effectiveness, or conduct meaningful oversight of enforcement activities generated by the ALPR. During the review period, the department ALPR cameras generated more than 210 million license plate reads. Our office chose to focus on Axar in-car ALPR reads, narrowing the scope to approximately 50,000 alerts. Of these alerts, officers confirmed 161 accurate license plate matches. However, we subsequently identified that officers determined that these vehicles were not stolen. One example to give context that I reviewed involved a community member who had reported that their vehicle was stolen. However, it reported it in error. When officers encountered that vehicle, they conducted a high-risk stop, only to later learn that the community member was in fact the owner of the vehicle and had mistakenly reported it stolen, but did not call back to confirm with officers that the vehicle had been recovered. These situations highlight the importance of accurate and timely information because outdated records can result in unnecessary enforcement activity and can severely undermine public confidence. The OIG was able to conclude that during the review period, 307 alerts resulted in the recovery of stolen vehicles, 68 alerts resulted in 74 arrests, 9 alerts resulted in vehicle pursuits. Of these 68 stops, officers used high-risk tactics in approximately 46 of them. Based on our findings, we make 3 key recommendations. First, the department should suspend deployment of additional ALPR cameras and execution of new ALPR-related agreements until it completes a broader reassessment of vendor, data practices, and community concerns. If the department continues to expand on its use of ALPR technology, all vendor agreements should be formally approved and including enforceable requirements addressing data security, privacy, access controls, retention, and auditing. Secondly, the department should strengthen oversight of ALPR data accessed by requiring annual audits of the system and clearly communicate that unauthorized access or misuse of ALPR information may result in disciplinary action. And finally, the department should establish a standardized process for documenting traffic stops and other enforcement action initiated by ALPR alerts. Complete and accurate documentation is necessary to evaluate the outcomes, measure effectiveness, and ensure accountability. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Commissioner Scobin.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start with a few questions and pass it and come back. Your audit talked about false stolen vehicle alerts. The report identified 161 incidents where the license plate reader correctly read the plate, but officers determined the vehicle was not stolen. In these cases, was a police stop made?
In all of those cases, a police stop was not always made. It was about 50% of the stops that were made. Because of how the data was, the metadata was evaluated and looked at, officers were, in some occasions, able to confirm that the license plate was, it was discussed earlier during public comment how one license plate may be different from the back of a vehicle versus the front of a vehicle. So in some cases, officers took the opportunity to check the license plate, the VIN, because no one was in the car driving the car. So there were these opportunities and instances where officers were able to exit their vehicle, take some investigative action to be able to identify whether that vehicle in itself was in fact the one that was being alerted on their computer device in their car.
Thank you for that context. I think it'd be important as we move forward and develop what this looks like moving forward to have better understanding there, because obviously any situation where, you know, someone is being stopped, hasn't done anything wrong is a negative, and want to avoid those as much as possible. Also, I think it's important to understand, you know, why the information was inaccurate. You know, if there's a certain agency or department that, you know, I hate to use that fault, but is the reason why that information is inaccurate. I think it's important to understand all those because there needs to be, you know, continuous improvement, figuring out how to be, you know, as close to perfect as you can on this. I'd like to jump to another section. You know, obviously poor data produces poor results and poor decisions. The report found more than 1,100 duplicate entries and nearly 4,600 incidents simply coded as no action taken. You know, obviously the accuracy of understanding every situation is going to affect so many things. So, you know, what can be done, you know, what can be done to improve this moving forward?
We believe that our third recommendation would do a great deal in mitigating many of this. The duplicate entries are sometimes difficult to avoid. The reason because if, for example, a high-risk stop is occurring, multiple vehicles will respond to the scene, which means multiple vehicles are picking up on that particular license plate over and over and over again. So this is where our recommendation to establish a standardized way of documenting this activity and this action, especially when multiple vehicles arrive on scene, will help to identify who the primary officers were that were responding and the action associated with those officers in particular. So this is where, to give context into where the multiple duplicate reports will end up coming from. But this is very specific to our third recommendation, as we feel standardizing this process will be able to accurately, or at least more accurately, relate to the specific actions from the officers.
Out of curiosity, in your report, how many of the stops were actual vehicle stops with people in the vehicle as opposed to, ducks, as they're called, vehicles on the side of the road?
I would say, now this is a rough estimate because I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me that kind of gives a sense of what this may look like. It was roughly about maybe half and half. Half of the time, officers were able to identify that no one was in the vehicle. Driving by in a parking lot, it would hit. So, it was roughly half-ish, I would say. It's difficult for me to remember all of the various ones, but I can come back if you want a specific number. I can definitely provide that to you to get a specific exact number on out of the stops, who was actually in the vehicle. Most of the time, I will tell you that from the videos that I have reviewed, officers were generally asked a vehicle to pull over. There was usually only a driver inside. On some occasions, they may have had a passenger as well, but most of the time it was just a driver in the vehicle.
I'll pass it on for now.
Commissioner Garcia.
I'm curious to understand the false hits a little bit more. If you can share a little bit about why those are potentially occurring.
The false hits?
Yes.
So this goes, as I explain this, I'll give a little bit more context again as to our third recommendation is the way that the metadata was presented. There were various explanations as to what potential officer outcome could be, and so often we would identify that the system would log that the license plate was incorrect. But the officer would not take a next step to identify any action that would be taken. So in looking at the metadata, we had to individually go into every hit that had said no action and cross-reference that with the individual license plate. So that's just giving you a sense of sort of the work that went into it. And what we ended up finding ultimately was many of these vehicles, some examples were a family member didn't realize that another family member had taken their car for whatever purpose and had reported it stolen and didn't take the time to have the opportunity to call back the police and let them know that the car is in fact not stolen. So these were a vast majority of the ones that were determined not stolen. The remainder of them were crossovers between stolen license plates and determined not stolen. A common tactic that has been used, especially with some older cars, were to be switching out the license plates of a car that maybe is intended to be stolen with a car that isn't stolen. So oftentimes, in terms of specifically the number that identified recovered license plate, I can tell you that that number is significantly off because most of the determined not stolen are associated with the missing license plate. But because of how officers logged that information, it was difficult to tell, conclusively say that all of the exact number of the missing license plates. I hope that clarifies a bit more.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's just some Commissioner, if you may, since part of the OIG report is the department response, and I'm representing the department today, just to give a little more insight based upon what I'm hearing, because in the report, there's not the metadata, and it's a pretty broad statement that there's 161 alerts, but they're not stolen vehicles. But what I'm hearing, based upon my 30 years of experience, is a family member reports their car stolen, but then they realize it's not stolen, but they don't ever call the police to let the police know that, oh, I'm sorry, it was a mistake, the car's not stolen. So it's still in the system. That has nothing to do with technology. That has to do with human error on that side. And if the plate, to the other example that was given, if the ALPAIR system misread the plate, the current policy is that we don't act solely based upon what the ALPAIR alert is saying, that you still take that plate, you run it through DOJ, Cal DOJ systems, CLETS, and verify that it is a stolen or it is a wanted plate before you take investigative action. So what I'm hearing thus far without seeing all of the metadata is a lot of this has nothing to do with technology and more so on human error.
Yeah, thank you. So it sounds like there's multiple reasons, and then there's some potentially controllable reasons, right? So the individual who didn't report back and update the status of their vehicle, not controllable necessarily, but potentially like the street strategy of changing license plates, not controllable necessarily. However, if there's enough information in the hit that says it's a gray vehicle versus a blue vehicle, other type of identifiers as that could be a mediation to false stops, even if there's a false hit.
Yes, and to add to that as well, I think what's important to recognize, we mentioned in our report that there were lists called hot lists, vehicles of investigative interest from not only the department, but from other agencies as well. So it's also important that to articulate that sometimes there is a delay, like for example, with the Sheriff's Department, they may have identified a vehicle 2 or 3 days before, but the system has not updated itself, and it's still within our queue that we're being notified that this is a vehicle that we should be interested in. So there are also occasions where an individual may be pulled over, but it has nothing to do, they've already been stopped. It's already been confirmed that that vehicle was not stolen. It has already been confirmed that that vehicle is not of investigative interest anymore, but another agency has not updated their system and reported back to us because our system does not connect with every law enforcement agency. It's our system and our system alone. So we rely on other agencies to update their system so that it can then sync with ours.
Got it. And I hope the department's sort of in the response or the action, just looking at things like that and how we can potentially reduce the times on how we're coordinated with other agencies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come behind you because I've got a.
It's a question for the department. I didn't see that the Sheriff's Department or most jurisdictions where we have contiguous borders, we have data sharing agreements with. I'm curious, is there a reason behind that?
Right now, we have not actively reached out to other agencies to share. Typically, it's other agencies reaching out to us and wanting to share. A lot of this goes upon, getting these agreements and getting the terms and conditions and having a very strong and stable and reliable constitutional, transparent ALPR program. And then once you have that foundation, start going out to other agencies and saying, hey, I want to share with you and I want to share with you. But we haven't really taken that on because we want to make sure we're solid on our own home front.
The report states that reviewers searched for words ICE and immigration. Would that review and search queries resulted in detecting access involving CPB, Border Patrol, HSI, ERO, federal task forces, et cetera, et cetera?
That is from what we understood of how the query works, yes, that if a department employee, to be clear, the other agencies that you just referenced don't have access to the system that we have. So it would be contingent upon a department employee conducting that search on behalf of that federal agency. When we asked the department to conduct an inspection for those search terms, they did not identify that those search terms were used. We also, it's important to recognize, again, this is why we go back to our third recommendation of a standardization process. We recognize that it's not 100% confirmation. We know that those terms were not used, and that's what we can assess from that point based on how the information is presented in the application system and how the computer searches.
One last thing, really a question. I recognize that department staff has to be trained to do a training in order to have access to the data. I'm curious, IG department, with how sensitive this information is, how improperly it can be used in the hands of the wrong person. Has there been any thought or any recommendation into either limit within the department who has access to the data, or have any level of hierarchical requesting of the data to minimize that risk?
So one of the critical things to being a law enforcement officer, no matter where you are, is access to databases. And we in LAPD, as well as every law enforcement agency in the United States of America, we have access to much more sensitive data. NCIC, California DOJ, DMV, criminal history records. Every law enforcement officer under 832 PC that has the need to know and right to know, they're given the authority to access those databases, which are much more private information on those than ALPR data. So at some point, we're trusting a police officer to go out there to enforce the laws, to know when to use deadly force and not deadly force. And ultimately, we've got to trust our police officers to do policy and procedure and follow the rule of law. And if they do not, and it's found that they've done something that does not constitute in the best, well, it's against department policy, there will be disciplinary actions. There will be accountability for those employees that use any database, including LPR, inappropriately. We have a disciplinary system to handle that, and there will be consequences, and they will be held accountable. But we've got to let them use the databases ultimately to do their job. And I will say, I'm going to add just a personal anecdote here. It's until you're a victim, it's easy to say, why are we using this technology? But when you're a victim and you're looking for justice, 10 years ago, my wife was robbed at gunpoint when both of my kids were in car seats at 2 p.m. at a Sprouts parking lot, and they took her wedding ring. Well, they didn't have any LPR cameras. They didn't have any CCTV cameras. So guess what? 0 leads, 0 anything to go on. And how is that justice? Now, if they would have had CCTV, because she saw the vehicle, she saw what it looked like, and they would have had an LPR camera, more likely that vehicle would have got caught on ALPR and CCTV. And now you have a detective that actually has a lead. So I completely agree with the OIG with regards to the recommendation that we need to collect better metrics, because I believe that will show not only this board, but will show the policymakers across the street when they're looking to fund and what not to fund, that they can weigh what is this doing to community and public safety compared to the privacy concerns. And I believe that the data will speak volumes. I could pull any investigator in here any day and tell them how are you using LPR data, and they'll share a story with you anecdotally of how that LPR data captured that suspect and brought that suspect to justice. But we need the evidence to back up what we're saying, because we have critics. But I agree with the findings, and we're going to have those. I'm going to work with the vendors to make sure we're capturing that data so we have legitimate evidence to present to this board.
And Commissioner, if it helps, I can explain the existing approval processes. So in California, there's the CLETS system. It's a California law enforcement technology sharing system. That requires authorized personnel to go through a biannual certification. There's testing that's conducted by the state. Anyone who has access to these systems has to have that CLETS ability and certification. Within the department, we also have additional requirements in understanding the policies, the rules and regulations, as well as being authorized and approved to be able to search those parameters. Once they're in the system, they have to have an actual case that it's tied to. So there's a nexus to an actual investigative report that includes the report information and the reason for the search, which is what you were hearing from earlier about the searching for the terms. So the premise for, I believe, where OIG was looking for information was around validating the fact that everything that they had seen that did have a actual case associated with it. It was a criminal case that had an investigation of need. In addition to that, there was justification provided, none of which then fell under the categories in terms of immigration by way of example. But I hope that gives you a little example of the amount of rigor that goes into someone who even has access to the system.
Yeah, I appreciate.
LAPD used facial recognition technology 29,817 times while consistently denying having facial recognition.
Thank you very much. You may keep your opinion to yourself at this time. Thank you.
They're lying. And the record states that.
Thank you for sharing that. I'll conclude with, I agree with that. However, we have to inspect what we expect. And I think one of the things that came out of the IG's report is, when we have the audit division, doing one audit since 2022, I think it's going to be tough to really gain, the trust that we need.
Sure, but
to
I
do
want to
this.
make sure the commission and the public understands it's not just one audit over that multi-year period. We distinguish between two terms within the department. There's a difference between an audit and an inspection. So an audit within the department falls more within the confines of the rigor that the OIG's office conducted their audit. Trained auditors who are looking at very detailed records. We do inspections on a monthly basis. So on a monthly basis, we actually have reviews of who's using the system, what are they using the system for, and does it comply and conform with the department policy? And that has been going on monthly. I think what the OIG is asking for is more documentation around the inspections that we do, which we agree with, and they're asking for a greater frequency in terms of the audit, which we also agree with. So I just want to make sure that's clear with the commission. It's not just, it was just one time it was looked at and that was it.
I get that, and we've had conversations about those monthly inspections, and to me the question is how deep do those go, and ultimately what the whole picture is. On the ALPR report, it was for a small window, and there was a result of a public survey from an Oakland group that were widely published and included LAPD as one of the agencies that allegedly violated California law. We haven't received any information on that. I'm curious, did anyone in the office or the department contact the group that made that claim as part of this
Are you referring to the Cal Matters article? No, we did not have an opportunity to reach out to the group prior to presenting or for our presentation.
And if I could add as well, when we set out and initiated this work, we have a limited scope, and we put out the information to the public so they can learn about the program and potential processes, and we've made recommendations. But we are also available to follow up further on questions that you have. And as we listen to members of the public who've had a chance to review and consider the department's input, what we've brought with our findings and recommendations, we could report back. And if there are additional topics at that time, we would be glad to follow up about specifics. I did want to ask my team, before you conclude, there was a number of points that the department touched on relating to contracting, and I think we do have more to add to just make sure we close the loop on our review of that, and if there's anything specifically related to Axon and their relationship with Flock.
Absolutely. So I'll just add a bit more with regards to our contractual findings. So we did identify several significant gaps in the management of the ALPR vendors, safeguarding data privacy. With regards to Flock has been the extensive part of the conversation today. Of significant concern was the third-party access and the emergent risks associated with collection, storage, and the sharing of the data. The department has had a longstanding relationship with Axon, but the department's Axon ALPR data is searchable through Flock. So this presented a fairly significant concern to us, as there does not, at its current status, appear to be with a written comprehensive agreement that defines Flock's authority, access, security obligations, and data management responsibilities. Of the three vendors, again, as we've spoken about pretty significantly, Flock presented the most significant concerns. Rather than operating under comprehensive contracts that outlined enforceable requirements, specifically governing data security, privacy access, retention, et cetera, the reliance on the Memorandum of Understanding really didn't provide the same level of contractual protection as a city as we would desire. The agreements also lacked a bit more details on provisions, vendor liability, and data breaches. We know that this is something that the department has discussed that they will be pursuing with future contracts and agreements. We identified several significant concerns that I'll address lastly. The absence of comprehensive written agreements governing Flock and Axon's partnership with one another in terms of data, unclear limitations on Flock's access to, use of, and retention of department-owned ALPR information, contractual provisions permitting Flock to analyze and anonymize the department's data to improve its products and services, limited contractual provisions addressing liability and accountability in the event of a data breach, and naturally several national reports alleging that Flock made ALPR information available to federal agencies. We are open to any additional questions that you may have.
Commissioners, if I might, just a quick interruption just to answer one of the questions you had earlier. I have confirmation regarding access of outside agencies to our Flock data. I've just been informed by our staff that Flock has disabled that sharing relationship with all of the outside agencies that would have access to our cameras. We're obtaining that in written format, but just to let you know that we have verbal confirmation of that.
And one thing to add, based upon the last statement from the OIG with regards to the relationship between Axon and Flock. So none of the data that was captured from any of the Fleet 3 ALPR cameras was ever housed in a Flock environment. There was an API that was used from the Flock user interface that was then connecting to the data that was under the Axon umbrella. Since we no longer have an MOU that's enforced with Flock as of the 11th, that access has been terminated. So no department employee since the 10th has access to any Flock database or API or anything else. So we've developed a plan B with regards to the Fleet 3 using a in-house Axon search engine instead of using the Flock user interface.
I'll close with two things. One, I think it would be important to look into that one allegation to see if there's anything there. And two, I just want to leave, I've worked very closely with you, Commander, and to a lesser degree, you, Dean, you're still new, but I appreciate the ability to work together, and I have a whole lot of confidence, Commander, that you carry the spirit of wanting to make sure that data is protected, the proper terms are in place, and ultimately that we move forward as best as and responsible as we possibly can. So thank you.
Let me see if I can go back to the question of data security and particularly in the contract language. I'm looking at the Inspector General report, page 5, specifically the section that begins January 11, 2023, where the Inspector General recommends or comments that the MOU states that Flock retains the right to any recordings or data provided through Flock, and it may use the data for any purpose. Because that's here, can you explain what the concern was and what the suggestion is at this point?
So for that particular agreement is for the Pacific Palisades cameras. That was the one MOU that we were able to identify. The department I'll defer to them on this. The other Flock agreements were facilitated differently from this. This goes back to something that the department was talking about, is that there are several different agreements all at once. The one that we were able to evaluate was this particular MOU. So we can only speak to the parameters of this MOU and its how it was being the parameters for which the data was managed for the 50 cameras in the Palisades area. The other MOUs were different and outside of those specific 50. It touches back on what was said a little bit earlier on how there's so many of them and there's an effort now to streamline and standardize all of them.
And you had similar concerns for the MOU for 2025 as well, or is the same concern? The next paragraph, actually.
It's the same MOU. The reference is all the same MOU, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And Commander, I know that you were very clear that the negotiations the tenor of negotiations had changed. There were more control requested in the language, and Flock just sort of never responded. Did that cover those concerns that are in the Inspector General's report, or is there a larger field of reference in that?
No, absolutely. And, the draft that we gave to Flock, in all candor, was 100% City of Los Angeles in the best interest of the city. But, between lawyers, there's usually dialogue. You go back and forth, you figure out what's going to happen. There are some things in that language that I can tell you the City of Los Angeles and LAPD is not going to budge on. Some we're more open to. But whatever we have as a final product that we put before this board, I can guarantee you it will be crystal clear as far as data ownership, data security, data sharing, and it will have something behind it instead of an MOU, a contractual obligation where we can ultimately sue them if they don't follow that agreement.
Yeah, and thank you. That leads me to my next thought was, I know that there was a concern in the internal Inspector General's report of and I'll describe it as penalties for violations of any of this. Is that now covered in both your comments with respect to what we might see coming forward, that there will be clear penalties for any of the violations, not just that they will have penalties, but there will be clear penalties for relative violations within the agreement?
Yes, that's our hope.
There haven't been any changes to the department's policy yet, but we would hope that the department's policy would include kind of a reference to addressing disciplinary action should any misuse be identified.
Okay. I want to change the focus of my questions now for a few minutes, if I may. Let me be clear. 248 poles with cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm curious as to why we were not provided a map, given the issue of equity and the conversation we have about other issues where communities of color, low-income communities are most affected by actions of the municipality, by the police department. Can you describe generally the locations of the poles with the cameras, or the cameras? Maybe that's just the way to describe it.
Sir, I believe in Appendix C, there is a rough heat map of the potential locations of the camera. I understand that some of this may not be accurate. This was based on some information that we gathered from the department of where some of the pole cameras were placed over the course of their acquisition.
And
If the data's not accurate, what's the point of the report?
yeah. So, with respect to geographic location, can you describe, or you or the department describe, where the cameras primarily were located, secondarily located? Give us some.
Sure, of course. We have a chart that is in the report that outlines who the donator is of the various cameras. For example, if it came from UASC funds or if it came from CD12 or CD11. The majority of the cameras are actually, I believe, in CD12 12's jurisdiction.
11.
11, CD11's jurisdiction. So the area of CD11 has the majority of the cameras. In terms of where the other significant concentration would be, they align themselves along with, I believe it's 77th and Southeast. I'd have to double check the outlines of sort of where the maps are, but the chart that we have inside the report will outline the number of cameras and the funder associated with it and the general area from which it is. But CD11 is where the significant concentration of the cameras are, aside from the 50 in the Palisades.
Okay, so I don't want to describe this. My sense is that the argument could be made that the cameras are in communities that already perceive themselves to be overly policed. Would that be a fair description, or is that not descriptive enough? I can get a little closer if that hit.
The majority of the cameras, from what I'm able to see, are placed in areas where there are significant intersections in traffic and where there have been identified areas of high crime.
High crime based on data, based on suspicion, based on interpretation?
So a percentage of what I understand from when looking at the map and from the communication I've had with the department, there seemed to be a concentration of cameras along areas where significant traffic accidents will occur, on freeway entrance and exits along the the 110 freeway, the Harbor Freeway is where many of them will occur. In addition to areas known for sex trafficking, there'll be cameras in that area as well. But the majority of the other cameras, from what we were able to understand from our communication with the department, were placed in areas where there were shopping centers, potential vehicle accidents that were occurring. So high community traffic areas. For example, many along Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood and Vine areas where you would find them where many tourists would be, where a lot of pedestrians would be walking. There were many cameras in that area. So high traffic, high commercial areas, and areas that were known for having potential sex trafficking activity.
In the algorithm and the process of selecting camera locations, and the department may be able to respond to this as well.
Yeah.
Were there any other metrics identified as being important to the selection and location?
So most of the cameras that are deployed are really based upon the funding that we have received from council districts. There's discretionary funding through that council district to protect their constituents because of the burglary problem. So the two council districts that have the most cameras, why do they have the most cameras? Because they funded it with their own discretionary funds. That's Council District 11 and Council District 12, both of which through the years have seen spikes in burglary activity. And I will tell you from my experience in investigations, this tool is one of those tools that will allow you to actually catch those burglars. So they've invested in their constituents, and that's why most of the cameras are there. I can tell you most of the council is very supportive of LPR in my conversations with them. They want them out there to protect the public, but use it responsibly, use it within the law, use it within the policy, have good contracts on the back end. So right now we're in pause, but eventually I can see once we get to a point, they're going to want to invest more money in their districts.
Okay. All right. And that helps for me to clear up how we got where we are or where we are at this time of recess. We talked earlier. You both mentioned the that the system or process could be improved if we had more metrics. You didn't say better. And so can you suggest as a framework what metrics you're speaking about? What you think, what at this point, what you think should be added in order to further clarify the importance and the benefit to the public?
Yeah, I think every time we use a technology and that technology leads to a lead, to a clue, to something where we ultimately are able to identify a suspect, we need to capture that. We need to show the effectiveness of that technology that we're using. Is it working? Is it not working? If it's not working, then do we need to continue to invest in that technology? If it is working, we can show it. We have evidence to show that it's working, and that investment is a good investment, and we can continue to use that technology. So ultimately, what we envision, I'll work with the vendors, is every time a stop is done in the field where they get an alert, that needs to be captured. And that, obviously through a lot more auditing, which took a lot of resources to do, those 337 vehicles in that 2-month period, and all those arrests, 84 arrests, that's a metric, but that was hard to get. I want to make it where I can do a couple of clicks and see that data at any given time. So if we have to come here at a moment's notice, I'll have that data available to be able to show the evidence based on how that technology is helping improve public safety in our communities.
And if I could add to that, I think what would also be beneficial is understanding the primary officers associated with that action taken. Because that also supports, not only potential disciplinary matters that need to be happen, or training matters, best practices matters, because that was one of the aspects that was a bit difficult to conclusively identify when looking at the data, especially in a situation where many officers responded. Who were the officers that had taken control of the situation? Who were the officers that were doing the engaging with community members?
And I would invite, as the department starts to work on these metrics and starts to work with our vendors to capture these metrics, I would invite the Office of Inspector General to collaborate with us to come up with those metrics together so that we have something that meets independent oversight, but also the needs of the department.
With respect to the upcoming public meeting, can the discussion of metrics in some way be part of that conversation? I don't know that the general public thinks in the context of metrics, but.
So part of our opportunity will be to listen, but we will provide an initial overview of our findings and recommendations, and we're going to share this back with the department. Our number one recommendation was to suspend pending the public's input, vendor assessment, privacy assessment, and the department's welcome to continue to engage with members of the public. The board can continue to invite members before this is considered, and we will report back. And the more information we hear, for members of the public, my office reports directly to the Board of Police Commissioners, and we have the authority to self-initiate audits or reviews. So in addition to listening and reporting back, should we hear something that we ourselves want to follow up on, we can self-initiate further reviews or investigations or inspections as we deem appropriate or necessary.
All right. And then is there opportunity for a conversation about the concern that the public has expressed about over-surveillance, that potential misuse of the data that's being collected or the privacy of individuals might be impacted? Is there a way to respond respectfully, but also not diminish the importance of the data being collected in that sense?
Absolutely. I've done a lot of presentations on this. I've done it at public safety. I've done it at council. And what I find is as you better educate on what ALPR really is, what it's not, how it's being used, people gain more insight. And that dialogue is very helpful. And in most cases, not everybody, but in a lot of cases, they walk away with a better understanding. Oh, Commander, I didn't know that's how it really worked. Thank you very much for that. So the dialogue is important. You're always going to have individuals or critics, no matter what it is, regarding any type of law enforcement activities. You're obviously not going to be able to change somebody that doesn't have an open mind, but I will say those dialogues are very helpful.
Any thoughts from the Inspector General on that point?
Well, that's why we're hosting these sessions to get greater understanding about concerns, and I think to help you as policymakers decide what the best course of action is. And the first recommendation is really to make sure that you see any agreements that are being executed for this technology, because that will allow the public and our office and the policymakers to better understand how this may be used in the future.
Last question from me to the department. How many officers currently trained in working in this unit, and what is the transferability between departments, opportunity for growth for officers currently in your department?
So is the question about how many officers I have working for me under my innovation management section that kind of are the SMEs regarding LPR, monitor system, and the administrators? Yes, so I have one supervisor that will be retiring at the end of the year, but I have another supervisor already in place on loan for the succession planning. So it'll always be one supervisor and 4 officers. They manage everything ALPR, from the administrators that have global access to making sure that the individual users have completed their learning management system training, which heavily focuses on, to the point that Commissioner Scobin made earlier, on the need to know, right to know, and the law and the mandates that you can't just go into the system willy-nilly, that you will be held accountable for those actions. They do all of that. And that unit right now at that strength is sufficient to be on a 24/7 on-call basis through our Department Operations Center for any ALPR related matter, and handle all things ALPR.
All right. Thank you. And any further questions, Joe? No? All right. We have any further comments, Chief? Inspector General? No? All right, so we have no action to take on the oral presentation, but we do have an action to take on item 5B. Is there a motion for 5B?
Yeah, I move that we accept the IG's report and recommendations. And I think it's important to distinguish that there was a difference in the department's recommendation on when matters need to come to the commission on ALPRs. And as we shared, my position is that we go with the IG's wording, which includes contracts and agreements as it pertains to ALPRs. I think it's that sensitive of a topic that this should be done in the public.
I'll second that.
All right. It's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? None. Motion carries. Thank you both for presentation today. Thank you. Yeah.
Will the Sergeant at Arms please bring in President Shields?
Tell it to the women who've been stopped. Tell it to the people who've been deported.
Tell them we'll just stand by. They're just going to pause for a couple of minutes while we get Commissioner Shields back.
All right, we'll recess for a few minutes while we get the President of the Commission back in the room. Thank you.
Okay, the commission is back from recess, and we will move to item 5C, the Inspector General's report regarding review of the department vehicle pursuits resulting in serious injury or death.
Good afternoon again, commissioners. Consistent with our approved 2025 annual audit plan, the OIG completed a limited scope review of the department's vehicle pursuits. Our review examined pursuits over a recent 12-month period that resulted in a traffic crash causing serious injury or death. The report presents data on those pursuits and analyzes the department's administrative review and adjudication of each incident. We also evaluated the department's vehicle pursuit-related training and compared the department's pursuit policy with those of other large law enforcement agencies in California. I'll now turn the presentation over to Assistant Inspector General Lisa Ridout.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Assistant Inspector General Lisa Ridout. Again, I oversee the Office of the Inspector General's Audit Section. Beside me is Police Special Investigator Brad Hauk, who also works for the Office of the Inspector General. And at the table also are representatives from the department, Captain Ortiz and her staff, who'll be available to answer any questions after our presentation. So as the Inspector General noted, this review focused on vehicle pursuits that ended in traffic crashes causing serious injury or death. During the 12-month review period, June 2023 through May 2024, LAPD officers engaged in 1,042 pursuits. Of those, 373 ended in crashes. 17 crashes, approximately 1.6% of all pursuits, involved serious injury or death. Our review focused on three main questions. Did officers comply with the department's vehicle pursuit policy for those 17 major collisions? Did the department appropriately review and adjudicate those pursuits? And are the department's current pursuit policy and training sufficient? I'll now hand over to Investigator Hauk, who will present a summary of our findings and recommendations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our review produced several significant findings. First, the department concluded that all 17 pursuits were initiated within policy. The OIG disagreed in one case and concluded the pursuit should have been classified out of policy. Second, the department determined that officers' tactics were appropriate in 10 of the 17 pursuits. The OIG disagreed in 2 of those cases. Overall, we concluded that in 9 of the 17 pursuits, at least one officer either received or should have received an administrative disapproval finding for their tactics during the pursuit. Third, across the 17 pursuits, 17 people suffered serious injuries and 5 people died. This included 7 uninvolved members of the public seriously injured and 1 uninvolved member of the public who was killed. In addition, approximately 36 third-party vehicles and 17 suspect vehicles were damaged. Overall, uninvolved members of the public were impacted more than the fleeing suspects. Fourth, 93 officers participated in these 17 pursuits. Of those officers, 73 were ordered to training, and 54 of those officers had previously been directed to training following earlier pursuits. Fifth, we found no delays in providing emergency medical aid. However, the department's existing practice is not expressly stated in policy. The OIG recommends incorporating that requirement into policy. And sixth, we found that LAPD provides no behind-the-wheel pursuit training after the academy unless an officer is ordered to remedial training. Annual training consists of a 2-hour online module, while the biennial training focuses on slow speed skills rather than pursuit driving. Finally, the OIG compared the department's pursuit policy with those of 3 other California agencies: Long Beach Police Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and San Jose Police Department. We found that LAPD's policy is less restrictive. LAPD generally permits pursuits for any misdemeanor or felony, except misdemeanor evading or reckless driving in response to police action. By contrast, the comparison agencies prohibit pursuits for lower-level offenses. Based on these findings, the OIG made 3 major recommendations. Number 1, analyze the department vehicle pursuit data and evaluate whether more restrictive policy requirements for initiating and continuing pursuits would reduce vehicle crashes while still maintaining effective law enforcement operations. Also evaluate any emerging technologies designed to mitigate the risks associated with vehicle pursuits. Recommendation number 2, supplement existing training with scenario-based exercises, case studies, and driving simulators to reinforce the department's expectation that officers consider all relevant factors when deciding to initiate or continue a pursuit. Assess the feasibility of adding behind-the-wheel pursuit training for field officers and supervisors. And third, amend the existing pursuit policy to incorporate the current practice requiring department personnel to render emergency medical aid immediately and request a rescue ambulance for anyone injured during a vehicle pursuit. Require compliance with this to be documented in the narrative portion of the vehicle report. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge from our office Police Performance Auditors John Grosdidier and Sarah Richardson for their work on the project. I'd also like to thank Captain Ortiz, the Pursuit Review Unit, as well as the training staff at Davis for their cooperation and accommodation during the review. And we're available to answer any questions the commission may have.
Great, thank you. And would Captain Ortiz, would you or your team want to tell us a little bit about the department's response to this Inspector General report?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. So I'm Captain Yvonne Ortiz. I'm the commanding officer of Traffic Coordination Division. To my left is Sergeant Arnold Castellanos. He's the officer in charge of the Pursuit Review Unit that works for me. And then to his left is Lieutenant Catherine Leon, and she's the officer in charge of police training and education and can help answer questions on that front. So with respect to recommendation number one, the department has, ongoing evaluation of the department's pursuit policy. I believe last year it was Captain Graham that came here and presented on a vehicle pursuit audit that had been completed. And I also am aware that Audit Division also conducts audit inspections with respect to pursuits. I do want to move on to the evaluating of emergent technologies. I want to just hit on a couple of areas, if I may. So since this analysis, we had the new tracking policy. That was the Special Order Number 5 of 2005 that have come before you. We also implemented, this was a Office of the Chief of Police. It was a notice dated January 17th of 2024. This is the digital in-car video system, the live streaming of vehicle pursuits. It is a pilot program. I am in conversations as of recent, last week, with Audit Division to ask them to evaluate this pilot program just to kind of understand, what are the pros, what's working, what isn't, how is it serving our department and the community as a whole. We also had, as you know, a recent Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau, again, another notice dated June 17th of 2026. This one here is the SWAT procedures of the Grappler Police Bumper for vehicle pursuit interdiction. So this will only be deployed by trained SWAT personnel. I'm not aware of any incidences, pursuits that have involved this technique at this point, but it's just to illustrate, our efforts to improve on technology and safety for all. Back here. And then regard to recommendation number 3, as it relates to notifying Communications Division, in anticipation of this, we've already drafted a revision that we're calling Notifying Communications Division of a Traffic Crash, specifically when involved in a vehicle pursuit. Although the department already has policy for making notifications and rendering aid, we thought it's also the recommendation is that it would be appropriate to have specifically under the department manual section specific to vehicle pursuits. So the idea there is when a unit observes a traffic crash during a vehicle pursuit, the unit shall notify Communications Division of the crash, that a crash has occurred and its specific location. And then within that, we've also incorporated that when necessary and tactically safe and practicable, provide medical assistance until the arrival of more qualified emergency rescue personnel. And in essence, that comes from existing policy, but we thought it would be worthy to put it in that section as well. So I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Leon just to comment on the recommendation number 2.
Good afternoon, all. I know it's been quite a day for us. Just looking over here in recommendation number 2, although the department does support the recommendations made by the Office of the Inspector General, I think we can all agree that there's always room for training and for improvement. I think the obstacle that we're seeing with some of the recommendations, specifically the physical driving on the track, although there are other agencies that do actually do pursuit driving, issue is the saturation of the track with multiple recruit classes going all at the same time, motorcycle school, directed training because of adjudicated pursuits. That's an obstacle for us. Also, resources, staffing, the ability for individuals to actually train 8,500, or let's say if it's just patrol capacity, 3,500 individuals. Just looking at it from a feasibility and a realistic perspective, I don't know how realistic that is. And unfortunately, I would apply the same to the use of the simulators. I don't have an exact count on how many simulators are there. I know the priority is taken for the recruits. They do spend time in the simulators, and then I understand that as part of the adjudication process for out-of-policy pursuits, they also use the simulators. So I think there's an issue with the number of simulators. Again, going to how do we train, let's say all of the patrol to put them through some kind of training. However, that all being said, I think there's always room for improvement. I think I looked at some of the recommendations in terms of scenario-based training, applying case studies, things of that nature. I think one realistic way that we can really incorporate that is through our online platforms. That we do currently produce a video every year that is a 2-hour video on vehicle pursuit policy. I think there's certainly room to improve it, expand it, maybe incorporate some case studies. We do have internal, between our VOLT, our video online unit, and obviously we have our own subject matter experts who can, we get that team in and we create a working group, and we could certainly look at maybe revising that video. We could also maybe incorporate a supplemental video, maybe in the middle of the year, and actually incorporate some kind of scenarios where it's a question and answer type session. We also do have platforms that we use outside of the department. Obviously, that requires funding, but for example, I won't name the company, but there is a platform where we have online use of force training. It's an application where you log into and you actually are looking at actual incidents involving police officers. They're real incidents. You've probably heard about it because I'm sure it went through the whole commission. You get credit for 4 hours of use of force training, and you go through actual scenarios. And throughout the scenario, it'll stop and populate and ask you a series of questions. What would you do? What are your less lethal options? Would you apply force here, et cetera? I do envision that could be something that the department could look into in terms of actually incorporating scenarios for pursuits. That would be with my experience, the most realistic approach to looking at improving upon vehicle pursuit training. Thank you.
If I can just add another comment, I know in the OIG's report, it did mention that you had officers that had repeatedly received training. So that's actually not necessary. I want just to put that in perspective. For pursuit initiation, you could have in-policy training as a way of closing that out. And then for the involvement in pursuit tactics, it could also be administratively approved and training. You also have administrative disapproval and formal training. So it doesn't necessarily mean that just because an officer has been trained in certain topics in the past, that their driving was necessarily egregious or that it was an administratively disapproved. We look at these opportunities to enhance our officers' driving skills. So we are going to really take a deep dive into the recommendations. That's what the commanding officers do, all the way to the closeout to Traffic Coordination Division. So it is common that most people, and probably the majority of pursuits, are going to receive some kind of refresher, whether it be at the divisional level by their training coordinator or something more formalized if you get administrative disapproval. So I just kind of wanted to put that in perspective. So.
Great. Thank you all for that. I'll turn it over first to my fellow commissioners for questions, and I have several, so I appreciate this report very much. Commissioner Tabor.
I join you with several. As I read through the Inspector General's report and a couple of early questions appear to me. Is there any analysis of the officers involved that identifies years on the job, age at the time of their initial or the instances that might reflect a behavior or a preference for that type of activity where pursuit is an extension of who they are as an officer in the department?
Commissioner, for this review, we did not look at the demographics for the officers involved. We just looked at the individual pursuits and the actions during the pursuit, but we didn't dive into the demographics or the experience of the officers involved in the pursuit.
Right. And then from the department, any analysis that reflects predictability of occurrence or any of that?
No, sir, we weren't looking at that dynamic.
Okay. All right. Of the 17 pursuits that are included in the report as referenced in the report, are the environments in which the pursuits initiated similar, dissimilar, unique to areas of the city, or were they, in residential areas or commercial areas? What does it tell us anything? Would that information
For the
be
17 that we looked at, we didn't see any trends in where they occurred, or even the divisions or areas that they occurred, or we had a mix of on the freeway or in residential areas. There were no real trends that stuck out as far as where the pursuits initiated or ended.
Okay. This is probably more of a tactics question, so I can ask it here. In the 8 instances where there were pursuits that a supervisor decided to add to the number of vehicles involved, the number of officers involved in the pursuit, when that occurs, are there specific roles carved out for those additional units that are included in a pursuit?
Yes, Commissioner. The idea that whenever we add additional units, it's for certain criteria. For example, it could be a armed vehicle, multiple occupants leaving the city. So for that reason, they may ask for 2, 4, 5 units in addition, so that way they can continue with end of pursuit tactics if they're in areas that are outside of their home division.
Okay. And then in the after action activity, I'm presuming there's an evaluation of the performance in the roles and whether the strategy was appropriate for their pursuit at that point, particularly in those instances where there may be non-involved vehicles that are impacted by the person taking off and avoiding being stopped by the police. What happens in that process?
So at the termination of every pursuit and throughout each vehicle pursuit, every unit, including every officer, is adjudicated throughout that pursuit on their specific actions. So it's not just a matter of the overall pursuit itself being administrative disapproval or approval. Each individual officer will get their own adjudication, and they'll have a specific classification. So it won't be uncommon for maybe 5 of the officers to be administrative approval, but 2 of the officers, for whatever reason, were such a substantial deviation, which would have got administrative disapproval. So each particular officer does get their own adjudication.
Thank you. One of the comments that I read in the Inspector General's report was that we now have the ability, and we're using the ability to live stream the pursuit. But there was a comment that was made that indicated that the actual live stream was not documented. Is there a reason we're not? And I'm going to ask, before I even ask that question, what did you mean by not documented? I want to make sure that I understand the comment.
Right. So the live stream ability was implemented sort of midstream in the cases that we looked at. So only, I think it was about half of the pursuits had the ability to be live streamed. But when we looked at the vehicle pursuit report, we didn't see any indication in the report that it was or was not live streamed. We couldn't tell.
I see. And so going back to the question about documented, describe the process of documentation of the pursuit, if you would. Maybe we start there.
Describe what, sir? I'm sorry.
The process of documenting the live stream in a pursuit.
Well, currently we're working on
what it means probably first, and then
absolutely. So the idea of live streaming a vehicle pursuit is if you're the watch commander sitting in that particular division, as soon as a pursuit occurs, it's your responsibility to log into the Axon system and to watch the video of the primary unit so that you can make determinations and get situation awareness of what's going on. Now, that only gives you a limited view of what's going on, and it may not be a complete picture, but that's the purpose of it. It's currently still a pilot program, and we are working on creating a documentation to document the live streaming, as well as if a vehicle pursuit is canceled because of the live stream, so we can turn around and start taking those metrics and trying to see if it's being effective.
And sir, if I could just add, so it's live stream only. It isn't recorded. And we have access to see an audit trail, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person who logged in maybe had to step away. Maybe somebody is speaking to them, and the watch commander, there's some kind of, where their eyes are off of the screen and they're only getting that one dimension perspective. So this is the reason why we're in conversations with audit division, so we can get a real evaluation on how this is working, really can speak to the users to figure out, what's working and, what can we change? How can we improve?
All right. Thank you. And and also in the report, there was a reference to LAPD's constitutional policy and well, my note, I rewrote policy twice. So the constitutional policy, what's the appropriate name of the unit that is reviewing?
The unit that I work for, sir, is the pursuit review unit.
Yes.
We review and adjudicate all the pursuits throughout the department from all geographic divisions.
Okay, and at the time of the analysis, they had not yet responded to or provided any input that was used in the report. That's accurately reporting that? And I want to understand the importance of that unit in this process. That's why I'm bringing it up at this point.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, the VPU or the Vehicle Pursuit Unit provided the reports to us. So they conduct the review of the vehicle pursuit and complete the report, which is quite an extensive report, which then our office reviewed. All 17 of those. We also watched the body-worn video where available and the digital in-car video to verify.
Okay, thank you. There were two pursuits identified by the Inspector General's office that they saw as being should have been administrative disapproval. The department saw it differently. Has there been any, since you've seen the report, any reconciliation, any thought about the opinion of the Inspector General and how that reflects into either the training or the after-action conversation with the officer?
Yes, sir. So they brought to our attention, there was 2 specific pursuits, and after our review based on this inspection, the department does agree with the OIG's assessment.
So there is collegiality in work here, okay.
And just keep in mind too, with, the department continues to cycle, different commands, different individuals in different positions over the course of the years. And through our eyes, we agree with the Inspector General today.
All right, and thank you. I want to go to the comment from the department, I believe it was, relative to the difficulty of trying to run officers through a training scenario, either live driving or through a simulated driving. Is it simply a function of budget and equipment availability, or is it a decision that, or is there some other human resource engagement in that process, and so that we might solve it in some way?
Sir, I think it's not just one obstacle. I think with a department as large as ours is, and the amount of individuals we have to train, and the current climate of our staffing shortages and our budgetary shortages, and logistics, and, the saturation of, the fact that we only have one track, and, it's recruit focused, and it's also focused on for those individuals who do need to, who have been the subject of administrative disapproval, who really do require that training. I don't think it's something that we're necessarily opposed to. I just think there's several things that contribute to the challenges. As I did mention earlier, there are other agencies that do a yearly or a biannual pursuit course training in conjunction with the other training that we do, or that they do, but it's just, unfortunately, there's just a lot of obstacles in our way in order to try and make something like that happen.
And you mentioned earlier in your comment that the adaptive use of technology in this area, and I think of what I call the shoot no shoot simulator in the Westchester Training Facility. Are there simulators that you're currently using or have availability to use that are pursuit driving type programs, and have we explored expanding that, or is that? And I recognize not all the officers in the same year, perhaps, or not all the officers in the same 2-year period or 3-year period, whatever the number may work out. But would that create a greater skill, improved skill of officers in that area?
Again, circling back to the same obstacles that we have with the track, I think it's similar obstacles with the simulators. It's the focus is on the recruits and on those who need additional formalized training. I can't say for sure today without doing research and maybe reaching out to other agencies. I've just in talking to coworkers from other agencies, I've gotten different feedback from different agencies on whether they think the simulator is actually effective or whether they think it's it's not helpful. Obviously, there are technologies out there. There are, I'm sure, the simulators we have now versus simulators that are out there now. There's all kinds of technologies in place, and I'm sure that those technologies have been improved upon. But again, I go back to there's just a lot of constraints involved in terms of us actually acquiring, however many simulators we might need. Again, but not having fully done the research, I can't say speak to whether they are effective or not. But I think research could reveal whether or not we think it would be or not.
Thank you, and then I appreciate that. The sort of comment for this one of my questions is that I think when we come across a situation such as pursuit driving that is likely and historically has occurred in Los Angeles in this urban environment, that the skill of the officers is an important element in that process. I'd prefer not to use the term experience because I'd like there to be fewer, and so they don't have the experience. But certainly the skill development is part of their training recommendation. I think also in this region of Los Angeles or in Los Angeles County, we have at least 3 that I can think of clearly. Industrial mechanic technology universities that have the skill to and may have the interest to help develop the type of technology that we could use to help train our officers over time, multiple occasions, whatever it may be. That conversation we should figure out if we can have, and with the ability of the department as it does to attract investment and donations from other sources to be able to work with UCLA or USC or Long Beach State or Occidental or whatever the university may be, even some perhaps out of the region, that we would be attractive enough to attract both the interests of the technology developers and of the resources to afford it so that we could improve the life and safety of not just the officers, but the residents and community and others in our city. So with that thought, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Scobin.
A few questions on the report, just for clarification. The report compared LAPD policies with other departments. Was there also a comparison of LAPD training compared to those other departments?
No, sir, not for this report. We did not look at other agencies' training compared to LAPD's.
Okay. Also, and I apologize if I missed it, but how many police officers were injured in
Right. So in the 17 that we reviewed, there was one unit that was involved in a crash, and the 2 officers in that unit, they sustained minor injuries only.
Okay. And then just for my clarification, if an accident occurred from units that were catching up to a pursuit, would that have been included in this report or no?
Just so I'm clear, so you're asking if any of the units involved in the pursuit were involved in a crash?
Well, you have a pursuit and, backup's called and you have officers catching up to the pursuit, I don't know if there's a distinguishment made from, officers in pursuit where there's a crash versus, there's 2 cars active in a pursuit, there's 3 more catching up to the pursuit. If there's any distinguishing made.
Well, those, if any collisions occurred behind the initial primary unit, that would be considered a vehicle pursuit collision. So that would be investigated by the vehicle pursuit unit. But none of these 17 involved, only one police vehicle crashed in the out of the 17. But the rest of the crashes involved suspect vehicles with public vehicles or community members' vehicles or people.
Yeah, I mean, the report outlines just how dangerous this really is. It's scary for all involved. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I had a few questions. First, for the Inspector General's office. I'd like to better understand the department's policy on the number of vehicles that are authorized to be involved in a vehicle pursuit and how that happens, because I know the California Vehicle Code that grants immunity to public agencies says as long as you have a policy that kind of sets out, what those requirements are and things like that, I want to make sure that the department's policy actually fits that criteria. Is that something you looked at?
So we did look at the individual incidents when there were multiple units involved to look to see if the units responding were authorized to engage in the pursuit by the incident commander. And there were a few cases where I believe that during the adjudication, they found that too many vehicles participated without authorization from the incident commander. So it's something that we found during the adjudication process that they were looking at to ensure that they were following the policy when adding additional units to the pursuit.
And maybe I'll ask the department. So does the current policy allow folks to, different units to just join a pursuit, or do they have to be invited and requested before they join a pursuit?
So a standard pursuit package is a primary unit, a secondary unit, and a supervisor. It's pretty much first come, first serve. The first 2 units that are there are the primary and secondary. Everyone else cannot arbitrarily engage in that pursuit unless the senior officer in that primary unit or the supervisor that is responding or with the pursuit authorizes additional units. At that point, the additional units, whatever they respond, 3 or 4, can engage in the pursuit. Absent that, there's only 2 allowed.
Okay, so if you're the third car coming through and you just see a pursuit, you're not permitted to just join in it, and then sometimes you see a long line of vehicles.
Absolutely, no, you're not allowed to.
Okay, thank you. And so for anyone who is found to have kind of improperly joined a pursuit, would that be a finding of, administrative disapproval?
It is quite often that we would find someone administrative disapproval. Now, we do give a leniency for example, maybe it was a couple of seconds, it was something that they couldn't see for a minute, but if it went for an extended period of time and it was obvious that they should have known, then absolutely administrative disapproval for an unauthorized unit.
And you all obviously are familiar with the California Vehicle Code that provides, and have you analyzed to make sure that the department's policy kind of fits that criteria completely?
Absolutely. So part of the vehicle code says that we have to have a standardized pursuit policy, which we do. We have to have annual training and biannual training, which we also have. And then we also have to report to CHP our pursuit reporting data to be in compliance with that. And those are all things that we currently do, so we maintain our immunity.
Great, thank you. And I know that there are times when the air units are requested, and then sometimes the pursuit is just so short that they don't, respond in time to go into tracking mode. There are other times, though, it seems as though, especially if it's report of a stolen vehicle or something, that it would appear to be more prudent to wait for air support before anything initiated. Is that something that you also are looking at as to the necessity for actually having all the backup units there before air unit?
Absolutely. We look at that, and if they prematurely attempt to just pull them over. We a lot of times will give them training because they'd be within policy for trying to get it'd be a stolen vehicle. They'd be within policy, but the training would be like, you should wait for the air unit, you should wait for additional units. Now, there are those times that there's nothing they can do. The vehicle just takes off on its own. It's behind them and they know. So in instances like that, there's nothing that they could do and they would have done that. But it's absolutely something that we address and we tell them to wait for backup as well as the air unit whenever possible.
Has there been any integration with the drone as a first responder to any vehicle pursuits as well to help support the air unit in this regard, or not yet?
Not that I've seen. I know there's limitations as to the flight time for the drone, the first responder. I don't know specifically, so I know our best scenario is still the airship, but that is something that we could look into.
Right. Earlier during the commission meeting, we had a donation relating to like equipment for training on like pit maneuvers and things like that. And so want to first ask the Inspector General's office for all of the pursuits that resulted in serious injury or death, did they involve any police intervention, like tactics?
No, ma'am. None of them did.
Okay. From the ones that you had in all of the other pursuits that you saw for the 12-month period, is that something that you looked for to see how many of them involved kind of actual police intervention to stop the...
So for this review, we only looked at the 17 that involved a serious injury or death, and so none of those 17 involved any kind of intervention.
Okay, thank you. And does the department keep track of that, how many of the pursuits actually resulted in like pit maneuver stops or things of that nature? And do you possibly have that information or can provide it next week?
Yes, we can provide it next week, but we absolutely take into account and record all vehicle intervention techniques, whether it was a pit maneuver or whether it was a spike strip, and we capture that information in our vehicle pursuit report.
And I think next week it would be helpful to know exactly when, under what conditions pit maneuvers are permitted, especially given the limited behind the wheel training. I have concerns about people using it improperly or at high speeds or other things. And so understanding exactly, what the parameters are and how that's communicated to folks would be helpful for us to know.
Per policy, we have two specific guidelines for the vehicle intervention techniques. Anything involving a pit maneuver, the vehicle cannot be driving over 35 miles an hour, and it cannot be an armed suspect where they're going to be putting themselves in more danger, perhaps coming alongside a vehicle. With that said, if you're dealing with someone who is driving faster, but you want to perhaps try to employ a spike strip, the max speed for that is 65 miles an hour. So those are two things that are constantly preached, and we do that on biannual training, and we make sure that supervisors constantly are asking for speeds, and when officers have to request approval to use a vehicle intervention technique. So prior to them just arbitrarily doing it, they have to ask for permission, and then once they are given permission, then everything else goes through that, and they have to have a certain number of units as well.
Okay, that's very helpful to know. And it's good that there's prior approval provided and also that there are, maximum speeds. And sometimes people don't necessarily estimate their speeds as well. So hopefully it is based on, how fast the officers are going to estimate how fast the other vehicle is going. Because I do think that there have been other departments that have used pit maneuvers at high rates of speed that end tragically. And so I just want to make sure we are not engaging in that behavior. And I understand the 12-month period that was being analyzed by Inspector General ended in May of 2024. Do we have any data as to how many vehicle pursuits since May of 2024 resulted in serious injury or death?
No, not currently.
Okay. That will be something that I do request, and I'd like a little bit more analysis on, and that goes towards the recommendation number 1 by the Inspector General's office, where I appreciate that the department does not think that there's needs to be any changes to the department's policy, but I do think, in the spirit of, quality through continuous improvement, we should be looking at the department's policy, and particularly, so I'd like more updated numbers so we know, is trend going higher, is trend going lower, is training working, is it not working? But also particularly in connection with the example other policies from some of our neighboring agencies. I'd like to understand how many of our pursuits would not have been authorized under the other departments, right? So I just want to understand how big of a gap there is, how many more pursuits are we having versus these other departments, and partly how many of our pursuits would have fallen outside of that, so that we could understand, and what did we get out of that, right? So if Long Beach or the Sheriff's Department are prohibiting certain types of pursuits for certain types of petty crime or other things like that, how many of our pursuits would not have happened? And what do we think the public safety concern is there, right? Because all of this is a balancing, between public safety and the safety of everyone on the streets. And it breaks my heart that there are uninvolved individuals that have been killed through this, when the department's just trying to catch someone who is, violating the law. But we need to make sure that that balancing test is done properly, and it appears that other cities or municipalities have weighed some of that balancing and determined just, categorically that certain things don't outweigh the risk to pedestrians, bicyclists, and others. So I kind of want to understand that through your eyes of your information. What do our numbers look like, and how would they look in comparison to Long Beach Sheriff's Department, San Jose, under their policies? And why would we have a concern of adopting something like them? Or is that something that is feasible? So I think the Inspector General's office recommended a 120-day report back. Hopefully, I could work with the executive director to get you an articulable summary of what I've been saying, but it would be helpful for us to really understand current numbers along with this great historical information that the Inspector General has provided, and really understanding where the gap is between how many more pursuits are being authorized under the department's current policy versus what would be authorized under the comparative department's policies, and what do we think that how do we think that impacts public safety?
Yeah,
That makes
so
sense?
sharing your concerns, and we'll certainly work within our department to be able to provide that information.
Thank you, and I appreciate the department's limitations on behind the wheel driving for every officer, in addition to what they get at the academy. And I do think that though and I appreciate that the Inspector General sat through all the training, and I think you as a consumer of the training, it's helpful for us to hear about that so that we understand, do we think it's really effective? And I do think even in the absence of behind the wheel training, having real case scenarios of this is really what happens, right? And do you go, do you not go? And trying to make it as digestible as possible and as application driven as possible with real life examples is going to be the best kind of substitute. So I appreciate all the recommendations that you're making on improving the training on that thing. And I do think it would be helpful to hear when you report back how potential changes to the training is going.
Thank you, ma'am. I gave myself some homework.
And thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, and I think that's, and one last thing, given Commissioner Tabor's question about whether the department agreed with the assessment of the Inspector General on a couple of those cases, how do you go about kind of operationalizing that for future cases, like so that there's lessons learned and about the adjudication process.
Right. So, so these cases get reviewed at the area level, commanding officers at the bureau level, and then we're the final closeout. Honestly, I think in those two instances, I think we just missed the mark. I don't think that the training issue is to just be more consistent in the messaging on what constitutes an administrative disapproval. So we're trying to create a balance across the city. You may have one bureau that views a situation a little bit differently than another bureau. So our task at Traffic Coordination Division is to really have open dialogue, which we do have, to create this consistency on when somebody receives an administrative disapproval. And then honestly, the ongoing training that we have with the officers, when there is an administrative disapproval, obviously there is training. Most of the time, if it's an administrative disapproval, they get directed training to EVOC, which is at the academy. That training there, just so you know, is about 3 to 5 hours, depending on the items listed that the individual needs a refresher on. So it's very, very, very much in depth. So I don't know that we can isolate these two instances and say that there's something specific about them that we need to change. I think we just need to be consistent across the board and just be consistent, really.
Thank you. And I do think this is such an important topic that I'd like to work with the executive director to kind of identify other opportunities for additional commission oversight. So whether that's, more regular reporting or looking at, treating some of these, they're not in custody deaths, but they almost, have the same almost impact as that. So I just want us to make sure we are doing everything that we can as a commission to oversee this issue because of the impact on the community. And I really appreciate the great work of the Inspector General's office and also for the department and their report back, and appreciate the candor and also the assessments of look, there are times you might not get it right, but it's what we do and learn from and how we make it better. So I appreciate all of that. So thank you. With that, I move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
Real quick,
Oh, yes.
just
Oh, I'm sorry.
in spirit of report back and just some additional information, I'd propose, now that the policy has been loosened in terms of a primary unit being able to ask for additional units, I'd like to understand kind of what the average amount of units involved in pursuits are now, if we could get that. Also, since there's now the live stream into the watch commander's desk, how often are pursuits disengaged based on technology? That'd be interesting to understand.
Thank you. With that supplement, I will then move that we approve the Inspector General's report. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you all. And now we will move to item 5D on the agenda, the department's report relative to small unmanned aircraft systems and the counter unarmed aircraft systems.
General Bargan, Chief, and City Attorney De La Guerra. I am Captain Karen Leong, the very new Commanding Officer of Strategic Planning and Procedures Division, and it is truly my pleasure and honor to be here today. To my right, I have Detective Michael Hackman from the Office of Special Operations. He is the department's subject matter expert in unmanned aircraft systems, otherwise known as UAS, as well as counter UAS. And today we are here to present to you an update on the counter UAS grant, the department entities involved in this tremendous project, how this tech equipment is being deployed at the FIFA fan events, and finally he will be discussing the policy to establish counter-UAS deployment procedures for your review and approval. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Detective Hackman.
Thank you, Captain. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you again. So I'm very pleased to share with you today updates that we've made on both the implementation of counter-UAS on the equipment front, as well as the policy that we worked to develop. So just jumping right into that, on February 24th, we came before you for a grant that we had received from FEMA to support counter-UAS equipment ahead of the FIFA FanFest events that we're responsible for. And we have both successfully accepted the grant, we've received the equipment, and we installed it and supported a very successful and safe FanFest event at the USC Coliseum. And I do just want to hit on the timeline here because I think it's pretty much a record for any entity, any public entity. We received the award letter just on February 6th of this year, so just early this spring. By February 24th, it was in front of you for approval. On April 13th, it went to the Budget and Finance Committee at City Council. April 21st had full City Council approval. April 24th, mayoral concurrence. And by June 6th, we received equipment and installation was beginning. So that is a period of 4 months from the date that we received the letter to the date that we were installing equipment, which is just a remarkable feat. And we could not have done that without the leadership of Chief McDonald, and it was a whole of department effort. Truly, every entity across the department assisted and came together. Obviously, our fiscal group was key in working out funding, source identifications, actual transferring of funds. Our grant section worked with us on a first in the state process under the 1122 program. Office of Support Services came through with getting us equipment and vehicles we needed to deploy out. Training Bureau made sure that we could make the investments in the training we needed to get operators done. So it was truly a remarkable operation that every entity in this department had an impact on. And I think that's really just something I wanted to highlight for you that we came together and we delivered for the city of Los Angeles. So with that said, for the FanFest development, we conducted it under a Joint Terrorism Task Force operation with FBI supervision. And for that operation, we deployed advanced detection as well as mitigation operations. And I believe this is the first time that a state and local did it as the primary operator under the task force model. And then we paired that with ground intercept teams that responded with our partners at the Federal Air Marshals, where we're able to respond out and address the pilots, recover the unauthorized equipment, and then take enforcement action. In total, we had 16 detentions and citations. We had 15 drone seizures, and we engaged in one cyber takeover operation where we used the mitigation equipment. And it's also important to note that, again, whole department effort, the drone as a first responder cadre was fully integrated into operations, and so they were able to launch out and get real-time pilot identification so we could respond to the operator of the drone and stop the threat. And so it was an incredibly successful operation that really delivered to the city again. So that was just a quick update. I did want to give you those numbers. Now, as we get into the counter-UAS policy, you will see before you that it actually says that it's the Small Unmanned Aircraft Systems Policy revised, as well as the CUAS policy. That is a technical revision to the numbering in the manual, and there are no substantive changes to our SUAS policy. So we're not just trying to slip that in. It is a purely technical revision. And then for the counter-UAS policy itself, it's really important to go over the background of it, just to kind of set the foundation for, I think, this commission and the public as well. So this is the legal environment that we're operating in. So airspace access is a right, not a privilege. Unlike driver's licenses, which is a privilege extended by states to operate motor vehicles, citizens of the U.S. have a public right of transit through all navigable airspace. That's the citation. Similarly, drones are considered aircraft. So under the law, a drone, a 1-pound drone, is the same as a Boeing 747 because it's defined as aircrafts are contrivances invented, used, or designed to navigate or fly in the air. And interference with aircraft is generally a federal crime. And so those are just three of the sections that would typically apply. So seizing or exercising control of an aircraft would be aircraft piracy. Damaging, disabling, or wrecking it would be the Aircraft Sabotage Act. And then, of course, damaging or interfering with a protected computer, which drones are basically flying computers, would be the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. So how do we operate counter-UAS operations with these legal background parameters? Well, there's a framework. So on October 5th of 2018, the Preventing Emerging Threats Act, which is codified at 6 U.S.C. 124N, came online, and it provided legal authority for the DOJ and DHS to use protective measures to mitigate credible threats. It permitted both the advanced detection and the use of mitigation technologies. When this was passed in 2018, it was restricted to federal entities and only employees directly of federal entities, not task force officers, not contractors. And it came on board with a strong set of internal controls within the DOJ. This was updated at the end of last year. In the 2026 NDAA passed in December 25, it explicitly expanded counter-UAS authorities to the state, local, tribal, territorial, and correctional entities to be able to do it. So commonly, the original federal authority is known as A1 authority, and the new SLTT authority is A2 authority. SLTT authority required, for mitigation, training and certification from a national schoolhouse, use of pre-approved technologies and equipment, both the type of technology and the specific equipment, and compliance with newly released DOJ guidance and regulations. And these DOJ guidance regulations dropped on July 6th of this year, so just very recently. So what are we doing here today? We're passing what I'm going to call phase one of our counter-UAS policy. So we're focused on establishing kind of our values on this program. So we're creating strong privacy protections for the data that the detection sensors capture. We're developing internal controls and auditing mechanisms. We're restricting access to the technology to those who are authorized to operate it. We're standardizing requests standardizing processing of the requests for counter-UAS deployments. And we're emphasizing a consistent effort to maintain our department's lead on counter-UAS among SLTTs. As recently as this morning, in fact, I got a request from an entity on another continent to come out and see what we're doing and see what the LAPD model is. And so I think we have a very good reputation on how we're trying to innovate and lead best practices on this. And so we are going to continue to do so. And then this phase one policy also contributes to the regional safety. We know airspace doesn't have boundaries. Where we end and Beverly Hills begins is the same for an aircraft as it is, for anybody. There's no jurisdictional boundaries. And so we're going to work to develop that regional partnership so we make sure that we know if the drone's coming into a city from Beverly Hills or Burbank or Glendale and they have detection equipment, we want to be able to share in that so we know what threats could potentially be advancing. So that's all in the phase one policy that's before you today. I will highlight that over this weekend, they dropped a model policy for entities to implement the full SLTT regulations, which is required to do independent operations outside of the task force model. And so I will go over what I think the future policy, which will be phase two, not before you yet, that will adopt the requirements for the interim final rule that was published. This department will elect to ensure our policy complies with the requirements for detection and mitigation. There is a dual track process you can proceed under, one of which is detection and warn, one is detection and mitigation. We have invested in mitigation training, and so we'll move forward under the mitigation path. And then we also intend to engage our critical infrastructure and event venue partners for their input in standardizing CUS requests. In the chief's message this month, he said that leadership is about being visible, accessible, and listening to input. And so as we have so many special event partners and venues, we're going to go to them and make sure that we incorporate their needs and how they feel we can help protect their events into that process. And then we will also have a continuing focus on privacy and civil rights with an intentional effort for data collection minimization. To the extent we can retain less data for less often, we are going to do that. So with that said, I don't know if you have any specific questions on any of that.
Yes. I'll ask my fellow commissioners first. Commissioner Scobin.
Nothing right now.
Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you for your presentation, and there's so many questions here. So just to ask one, with respect to where you are in this planning process and how you've described now the two phases coming with federal input, are we suitably aligned, both staffed and with knowledge as you as our technical expert, to expand in a real-time way to meet what we project to be a significant demand for this ability with the coming Olympics and with any other major event happening in our region?
Great question. We are. So we have made investments in the program early, and I think that's positioned us very well. And so while our policy will permit us to do both detection and mitigation operations, there is a additional track that you can certify individuals just in detection. Basically, it's a consideration of legal framework principles. That is an online training that was again, just released this weekend by the National Schoolhouse for this. And so what we can do is we can anchor each of our mitigation operators. We have 2 in this department right now. You can anchor them with a whole bunch of certified detection operators. And the standards for running the operations are a little bit different. If you want to run an operations plan for mitigation, it can last up to 30 days, and you need to have an articulable, credible threat that there's going to be a risk posed by a drone to the people, facilities, or assets it's covering. If you want to run a detection operation, it can run 365 days at a time, renewable with the filing of a new operations plan. And you have to have a reasonable belief that there could be a credible threat to the people's facilities and assets. And so if you have that persistent detection up at the locations where we could potentially have a drone threat, you can address that real time with the operators that are trained in detecting the drones and then dispatching the ground intercept teams. Although the technology that we have for mitigation is truly remarkable, and we're incredibly grateful that we're going to gain that independent authority, the base and the root of all of these counter-drone operations is on the ground resources. You need to meet with the pilot. You need to have them stop the unlawful behavior. And so, yes, the very short answer is we are positioned very well for that. We will certify all of my folks that are working on this as ancillary duties to this, and I think we're going to strategically roll that out to other entities that already serve support functions. We have a major incident response team at our emergency services division that are often at these major events, and so getting them trained in the detection abilities and the ability to call in ground units to do the enforcement action will be a synergy of resources that already exist. As we look forward to the LA28 Olympics, which is kind of, I think, the big deal, that is an NSSE event, and as such, USSS the Secret Service has primary jurisdictional responsibility for all the scoped venues. However, we are operating in partnership with them. The planning and integration process has already begun. We are already working on standardizing equipment, C2 platforms, locations within the command posts, et cetera, and then addressing all of the non-scoped venues of our critical infrastructure that, if a threat were to manifest, would have a great impact on the city, but just aren't within the LA28 scoping. So that planning is well underway, and I think we're incredibly well prepared for LA28, and we still have quite some more time to work on that effort, but we're very well developed.
Can you go back a couple of slides? There was a term you used in, I think it's one more, right? Nope. Well, let me see if I can help you get there. The term, it was, I believe, inform and interdict, either
Detection or mitigation?
detection and mitigation. Yes. Thank you, there we go. Federal definitions that we have to then meet and use to justify our action, or are we able to add to the definition based on our own environment and what we're seeing in our space?
Great question. So they are federal definitions. Detection meaning basically just becoming aware that there's a drone in your airspace, and then mitigation meaning taking some effort to control it or to stop the threat. And there's different types of mitigation. You have kinetic mitigation, which could be honestly shooting it down, using a net, et cetera. None of those are authorized technologies. There's no kinetic certification for use in CONUS right now, in the continental US. All of the approved technologies are on the cyber-based, the technological solutions. Within the detection that we're talking about specifically here for the 124N, that is the decryption and demodulation advanced detection. There are some technologies out there, such as remote ID receiving, that are available to the general public. You can download an app on your phone that will tell you what drones are flying nearby if they're compliant aircraft that are emitting remote ID like they're supposed to. Using cameras placed at the sky to detect drones overflying is not a restricted technology because, again, it's generally accessible to the public. This is just a lift of it's a legal relief for advanced technologies that are basically conducting computer wiretaps to understand where the drone is when it's a non-compliant aircraft.
Are you envisioning that we would have an active and perhaps passive way of educating and communicating with drone operators and throughout the city, throughout the region, of what our plans are, what our requirements are, what in real time, or are we waiting to passively detect and then inform?
Yes, so we are definitely engaging with the community, and I think we saw some of this for the FIFA Fan Fest event. We had 16 of the credible threats that were addressed. but it was 16. And nationwide, we see the numbers are approaching about 1,000. And so I think that's a huge credit to the community relationships we've built and the messaging that we put out ahead of time, telling the public, do not fly your drone here, it's not authorized. So we're absolutely engaged in that. As we move forward, we will start to also learn patterns, where drones are generally lifting off from, perhaps in an unauthorized area, and then we can work again to educate those communities to post additional signage to take those steps. So it's an education and outreach effort as opposed to only coming down on the enforcement side. So that is absolutely a commitment of ours.
I have no further questions. I could stay in this topic for a long time. So.
Thank you, and I echo that sentiment. I really appreciate you, and really, I think the department's lucky to have you as a subject matter expert here on this topic. And my first question was going to be exactly what Commissioner Tabor asked about in terms of education and outreach. Like, so for the 16 drones that were detected during like the FIFA events, were those like bad actors or just unaware actors of people flying their drone because they wanted cool video footage or other things like that?
So those are all active investigations with our federal partners, and so I'm gonna punt on that.
That's a good way.
But what I will note is that it's not just necessarily the using the drone as a weapon that we're concerned about. It's also the tangential effects. So we had the airstrike or the strike on our airship this past week. And, depending where it hits, that could cause both of the aircraft to come to the ground. And that is monumentally, colossally bad damage. Right. And so it's preventing all of the ways that the drone could be a threat, not just when the drone is the intended weapon source. But yeah, I can't talk about the 16 specifically.
I appreciate that response, and yes, and how like flying drones over big crowds, if they crash into people or kids or other things, so that can be problematic. But that also kind of goes towards our mitigation options, and I'm glad to know that as of now there is no shooting down of drones. That's not part of the policy that you are requesting, and that it is more of a cyber-based mitigation effort. And so, and appreciate the comments that you had about the first part of for our drone policy. It's not changing anything relating to that. It's just renumbering. I think I had just one more. I think for now, I understand that the draft policy is asking for periodic reports annually to the board. I think because this is all very new, I would like more, maybe something within the next 6 months, since it's now been operating since, in the last month or so. I'd like an update on that in 6 months. And then I think we could keep the policy as is, but just have an interim report this first year so that we understand what is happening. And I think that the current proposed policy, limits it to reporting on the use of mitigation technologies outside of federal CUAS task force, but I also would like the benefit of how many times is the department using it generally, whether it's part of a task force or not, so that we understand the impact, and appreciate if there are ongoing investigations that you can't report on, but I think that would be helpful for us to be aware of, and so we can see kind of how this is actually operating in a 6-month period.
Absolutely.
Okay. Great. With that, then I would move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all very much. We now move to item 5E, the department's report relative to Force Investigation Division investigations.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Karen Leong again, and to my right is the commanding officer of Force Investigation Division. That's Captain Omar Rizzuto. His partner to my left, Captain Rob Peters, and the training coordinator for FID, Detective Timo Ilig. And today we are here to present the special order to revise the department manual section concerning investigations conducted by Force Investigation Division. And this special order is being brought forth to you as a result of California Assembly Bill 572 that was signed into law on October 13th, 2025, but it will be effective January 1st, 2027. And the purpose of AB 572 is to provide a standardized framework when law enforcement personnel interview family members of a person who has either been killed or severely injured by law enforcement. So how did this bill come to be introduced? Well, it didn't come from a particular incident. It actually stemmed from an investigative reporting program out of UC Berkeley, where they took a look at and they analyzed police interview techniques in police shootings involving law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California since 2008. After analyzing this data, it was noted there were several concerns, in particular relating to family members who were being interviewed by law enforcement. Now, first, they found that sometimes these family members were not being told the status of their relative. Second, the grieving relatives were often unaware that they are participating in a criminal investigation. Sometimes the family members thought they were just being comforted by law enforcement, but in fact, these investigators were gathering evidence to use in legal proceedings. And finally, the other issue that they found that there was no statewide standard requiring investigators to explain the purpose of the interview or to provide the knowledge that these people could have a support person present. So as a result, family advocates knew that because of the trauma involved of these relatives, they need to come up with procedures and protections to be put in place for these family members. So in response to AB 572, multiple units within our department have been working to meet the legal requirements of this assembly bill, but it is actually Captain Bolzuto and his team at FID who have spearheaded and coordinated the collective efforts of the department. So at this time, I'm going to be turning over the presentation to Captain Bolzuto, who will discuss the compliance of AB 572, how we'll implement it in this department, and the training that he will provide to his personnel.
Thank you, Karen, for that detailed introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. So the proposed department manual revisions accomplishes three objectives. First, it establishes a standardized process governing when Force Investigation Division conducts a formal interview of an immediate family member following an incident in which a person has been killed or seriously injured by a peace officer. Second, and this is the core of the bill, it fully integrates the statutory requirements of AB 572 into our policy and Force Investigation Division's protocols. Specifically, investigators identify themselves. They provide the status of the family member to the extent information is available. They explain the purpose of that interview, and that participation is voluntary. And they also inform family members of their right to have a support person present. Third, it provides clear definitions of immediate family member, support person, and what constitutes a formal interview, ensuring a long-term consistent application of the policy across these investigations and into the future. In parallel and leading the charge on this is our training coordinator to my right, Detective Timo Elig, as he is updating FID's investigative procedures and training curriculum to ensure that these requirements are implemented consistently across all qualifying investigations on or before January the 1st of 2027. Collectively, these revisions ensure our practices are consistent and fully compliant with Assembly Bill 572. And just as important, these revisions don't just meet the letter of AB 572, they meet the intent, which is treating the community and leaving families, grieving family members with the transparency and respect that they deserve. With that, I'm going to hand it over to my partner who could elaborate further on.
Good afternoon. So as my partner said, this is not just about statutory compliance. This is codifying something that largely FID already does. Our investigators are very good at interviewing grieving family members in a way that's respectful and is committed to our core values of service to the community and respect for people. So integrity, though, requires that our actions are transparent, consistent, and accountable. And also that families who've experienced a loss for whatever reason, whatever the circumstances are surrounding that, are treated with the kind of compassion and respect that they deserve while they're going through this grieving process. And we do that by displaying clear communication, compassion, and transparency throughout the investigative process. So by providing our investigators with a standardized process and regular requirements for procedures, we can support public confidence that these critical investigations will continue and be conducted honestly and with true reverence for all human life. This policy revision offers us an opportunity not only to comply with new legislative requirements, but also to strengthen public trust in the department's investigative process. By aligning our procedures with Assembly Bill 572, Forced Investigation Division reaffirms the department's commitment to conducting investigations with professionalism, transparency, and integrity. And so for Captain Leong, if you have any questions, I think we're...
At this time, this concludes our presentations. We're here to answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Tabor.
Just a couple of questions. One, and is there much difference in the outline and procedures of this legislation than what we were currently doing in the department in terms of notifying families and talking to family members?
No, but I'll let Captain Basulto and Timo, who's really our subject matter expert on that, explain to you how we're doing it. This really codifies it, though.
Okay.
The biggest change to the policy is letting the family member know that they may have a support person present. That's probably the biggest change. As we've already mentioned, our investigators do a great job of identifying themselves, making sure the location of that interview is accommodating. To the extent possible, we let them know, the status of their loved one, and then, what the interview is about. And so the support person is really the new portion of the policy that really is probably the biggest change.
Okay. What does it apply to both adults and minors in this process?
Yeah, the good thing about the policy, it defines what a family member is, and so it really drills down on what a family member is. So a minor would qualify, yeah.
And if there are multiple members of the same family that are going to be interviewed, do they get everybody get the same notification? And
they will. They will be able to have a support person present, and depending on what information we would need from that family member, we would identify, if we need to do multiple interviews of, every family member. It just depends on the information we wanted.
And there's a standardized lead-in form that Timo is developing that would be used for every person interviewed.
Okay. All right. I have no further final question. Is there anything preventing us from implementing this prior to its effective date in 2027?
There's nothing preventing us from doing that. We're going to lean forward on this and get this curriculum up to speed with all of our teams effective immediately. In fact, team was already working diligently on that. So we will definitely have this up and running by January 1 of 2027.
Yeah, provided we're ready to go and you've got the documentation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, understood. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scobin?
Are there any circumstances when the interview might be done by an officer or detective assigned to FID?
I'm sorry, to where?
Are there any circumstances when the interview might be done by an officer or detective assigned by FID?
In the case of an interview of an immediate family member, the formal interview will be conducted by an FID investigator. So the formal interviews will be by FID.
Okay. Just a thought. Might it not be a best practice to also make this a manual change, a change in the manual, so that all officers are aware that it applies to them to avoid any inadvertent, unintentional violation? So in addition to the policy change.
Yeah, that's the purpose, sir. That's what this is doing.
Yeah, so this policy will end up in the manual, and it'll be clear as to who is the one that is supposed to be conducting the interview, and also the expectations of how the interview is supposed to be done. And thank you, Captain Leong, for the background as to the purpose of the change in the law. I think that was very helpful context to have, and appreciate that the department is working to, comply with both the letter and the spirit of it to the fullest extent. So I appreciate that, and I don't have any specific questions. So thank you for your work here.
Let me ask,
please.
So, past history, I'm aware that particularly officers who work with gang-involved youngsters, or where the brothers or sisters develop a relationship with one officer, sibling. In this sense, I'm going to create a scenario just to see if this applies here, where a sibling is killed drive-by, not even officer involved, but the sibling reaches out to an officer they know to find out more. Does that officer have to notify, if the officer asks a question, does that constitute an interview, and does it then trigger the officer to be responsive to follow this new directive?
Sir, this policy and this AB 572 applies specifically to officer-involved shootings or where officers used force leading to serious bodily injury. So a homicide separate from that does not fall underneath that umbrella.
All right, thank you. Just want to be clear.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all. And the commission will now recess into closed session to discuss items 6A1 and 2. The commission has returned from closed session, and I'll ask the executive director, Mr. Sibley, to please report on the closed session items.
Thank you, Madam President. So for item 6A, at the regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners on July 14th, 2026, during the closed session, the board made the following findings, in each case by a 3-0 vote. So for item 6A1, which is non-tactical unintentional discharge, case number 038-25, for tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3, and for unintentional discharge, negligent discharge, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3. Moving on to item 6A2, which is law enforcement related injury, case number 040-25. For tactics, tactical debrief, 2 sergeants 1, 1 police officer 3, and 2 police officers 2. For drawing and exhibition of a firearm, in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 2. And for intermediate use of force, in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 3 and 2 police officers 2. And that concludes the report out, Madam President.
Thank you. With that, then I move that we adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.